Good morning. I'm just getting the live audio up. Ding ding. All right, cool. I never doubted you would show up. No, it's not. It's just a new hat. I like the new hat. It's bussin' full drip, no cap. For real. I can smell some violent upside potential. Yeah. This morning's going to be interesting, I think. It's a new volume. Most of our price action seems to be being pushed by the SPY right now. HD ripping. Doing pretty good, up 1%. Mr. Fitness, thank you so much. I assume you wanted to say something there. Or maybe not. A Thrasher font? Like it. This was like an extra one that I had because I forgot to wash both of the other VWAP hats. So I had a backup. It's my apartment, you know, it's commercial freezers, a streaming setup, and just boxes upon boxes of VWAP hats that I refuse to sell to people. DMs, if you don't mind. Do you have an opinion on people who like to fuck chocolate? Have you ever done so? Asking for a friend. You know, no, I haven't. I don't have any opinion on people that like to. It seems kind of messy. Been seeing a lot of stuff. Dividends, it says shares. Are there settings that need to be reviewed with the big self-clearing brokers? US brokers like Fidelity, TDA, that we need to make sure done properly to receive shares, or is it just automatic? I want to make sure I'm giving people the right info. Also, seeing a bit of maybe info FUD with EU brokers saying they will issue cash. Can you clarify this for everyone? So, depending on your country's laws individually, your broker very well could issue cash. I would be in touch with your brokerages and ensure that, you know, you're not going to receive a cash dividend, or find out if you are going to receive cash in lieu of. I know, like, brokers that hold shares, like eToro, where they don't have ownership of the shares. That could be an issue. Any of the major brokerages in the US? I don't think so. You may want to double check and make sure that you're not, like, you have what, reinvest turned on with like Fidelity or whatever. Vanguard? I mean, they'll provide shares. But you have to check with your broker and make sure all your settings are in the right spot. Zakir, I don't know if you're super busy, but maybe you want to get together like a thread for each broker on any settings that need to be changed in advance. If you're busy, I can ask someone else, but or maybe everyone can kind of contribute. I'll make a channel for it. See, the problem with that is it's gonna be a shit show. Um, I wonder how to handle that. I'll talk to the mods. Okay. I know you're like at work today, but yeah, maybe the mods can, or we can all get something together later today. What mean borrow rate rising? That they're borrowing shares? New hat, who dis? What does 100% margin requirement mean? It means that you need to have the full amount of cash for your position. Hold on, I'm trying to make sure that I don't have any of my BBBY margined on IBKR. Okay. Check my DMs when you get a chance. Couple quick swing trades. I will, man. Picked up some puts on GME yesterday. I'm not a smart man. I mean, I would have waited probably a little bit for weeklies, maybe until tomorrow. Today is fucking weird. There's a lot of weird shit this week. All of the call options in the like entire GameStop chain are stacked up for this Friday, right? Which isn't necessarily bullish. Um like arbitrage isn't being resolved in the AM, which that is weird. That's usually something we don't see except during like OPEX. Um yeah, it's just an odd day. Am I a good trader when my broker requires 150% cash position for my margin account? You're a beautiful person, Seacraft. You see GME downside before OPEX. I'm waiting to buy shares and I missed the boat at 113 a few days ago. Thanks, Girk. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know how today is going to play out, right? Either we're going to see some FOMO come in or we're not. Based on the volume right now, I would say we're not really seeing a lot of FOMO. The SPY's up a little bit. We seem to be sort of trending with that. Um, there's some foreign arbitrage this morning that was unresolved. They're internalizing a lot. Why is the bar rate still going up if they're hesitating to short the stock? I think they're borrowing to try to suppress the price. I really don't think they can short with the number of available, like not sufficiently with the number of available borrowable shares. Like there's just not like the lending pool for GameStop's kind of slim, right? So that leaves them ETFs and, market maker synthetics, which requires the buying of puts. And buying puts into potential buy pressure is really risky. So do the SPY to run hard today, then drop even harder tomorrow? No, not really. I'm not really expecting the SPY to run hard. It looks like it's bounced back to kind of where it was yesterday. Uh, right back here into this like 186 range. I think mostly still just flat, right? I think it's just going to continue to trade in this little narrow range into tomorrow when the CPI data comes out. Do you think the news interrupts downs are expected? That's what we're kind of waiting to find out today. It'll depend on how much FOMO comes in today, which appears to be literally none. Baba puts. Yeah, you could. Little risky right here at resistance. I'd maybe look for a break of like 107.82. If it starts to break to the downside, they could be pretty profitable. I think the next resistance is like down in the 90s. So it's a big move down if it does. There's resistance at like 102-ish also. I don't know how strong it is though. Sure one. Oh shit. I have calls on that. Or if I should get in there. Hmm. Add more. Set a stop. I'm gonna set a stop on these. Last question I'll have for you on the BBBY until we see what happens next week. Have you ever seen an option chain that looks like that? Is it rare? Yeah, I've seen one that looks like that. It's pretty rare. GameStop had one like that before January. Just shitloads of out of the money calls. Let people know that 100% margin requirement stocks also don't contribute to your margin buying power unless paired with puts. The better the put delta to protect the shares, more margin money. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, 100% margin requirement stocks don't contribute to your margin buying power unless you buy puts. So you have the right to sell, right, at a specific strike. And yeah, the better the delta, or the nearer the money or in the money the strike is, the more margin power you get. So if you're using your BBBY to margin some other position, be aware of that. A skill of bullish as fuck to JFresh as fuck. What are your current thoughts on July OPEX? I'm excited because so much weird shit's going on. We see a lot of things this week that are kind of unique to this week. And on top of that, we've got, all these bullish announcements coming through. We've got the BBBY shareholders meeting, which I don't think will be uneventful at the end of this week. The marketplace just dropped last night, and kind of like what I said in my daily DD today, regardless of your feelings about it, and they are mixed among at least GME's investor group. It's a low overhead revenue stream, right? That they turned around in a year, which is impressive. So, I mean, it shows investors two things, right? They are focused on tech, and they are, pushing into that sector, and probably will continue to in the future. I expect we will see far more development on the NFT marketplace than its current iteration over the next few years. It also shows that, they're capable of getting shit done, which is kind of important, right? Option being stacked for Friday. Do you think this is some sort of institutional play, or is it just retail being retail? Probably mostly retail being retail. It seems like institutions are not really touching anything. Usually they buy farther dated calls, right? They buy more theta because they can afford it. uh, you have the greatest thumbnails ever, mate. Constantine, all thanks to the work of the artists of the Louvre over on the Discord. Thank you guys all so much. Today is brought to you by Trash Dan. They're great. So just sell off following the dividend? There may be some, yeah. So Fidelity changed from deposit to core account to reinvest in security. I believe so. I think I already have my Fidelity set up to reinvest in security because I have my REITs there. I'm actually I'll check that today, but I believe so. I would call Fidelity and double check just to make sure, but I think that's correct. Only 80K call OI is for Friday versus 218K total call OI. Also, IBQR has 250,000 shares borrowable today. Yeah, I know. They could drop us $20 easily with our illiquidity. Could they? The buy side of the order book's kind of stacked. You have to remember there's conditional orders and shit that you can't see on the bid side. I don't think 250,000 volume would drop us more than like $5 or $6 if they unloaded it all at once. And I think most of their shares are needed to manage price suppression and prevent breakouts because the ask side of the order book is not nearly as strong. It seems like the NFT marketplace at least caused the IV to rise a little bit. Did it? Not really. Yeah, this is a little more than 30 DTE. Maybe up 6% since open. So it's just, I feel like that's more the market maker just pricing in a little extra IV because of the uncertainty. I contacted you on DM to speak about daily swap data. Do you want me to remind you after stream? Where is it? Yeah, please, if you could. Why is that normal? Those are pretty big orders. Not abnormal, but pretty big. How's BBBY doing this morning? A little stronger than GameStop, it looks like. Still mostly just tracking the market, though. Sort of. Maybe outperforming a tiny bit. Some market NFT news won't start to affect the price until we see revenue come in. Yeah, I know. We've spoken about this in the past, that it's not really gonna change any valuations until we see some earnings. It would have changed valuations if they had released their projections, right? If they had been like, this is what we expect to make off of this thing that you guys paid for. Don't get me started. I understand Ryan Cohen's like dislike or disdain of giving out too much information, but I can't say I don't. I agree with products being released without any forward projections. Digital Good Time. Yeah, fucking Walmart bought a bunch of like Canoe, or they are buying a bunch of vehicles from them, something like that. It's interesting, I guess. Looks like it kind of moved up really hard in pre-market, and it's leveling off here. Man, I don't know how I feel about buying it at 100% more than it was. Like fucking 5 hours ago, but uh, it could stabilize in the higher range. But those contracts can change. I don't know. It's kind of chasey. Fuck, Jamie's a liquid as shit today. Is there a good list of the basket of identified meme stocks? I mean, Cat's not really a meme stock per se. It just moves similarly to them. I don't think so. Not a complete one. I mean, you can look through the ETFs. I got really excited when I saw the chart that I realized it's just really stretched out. Is there a reason why short hedge funds don't buy cheap, way out of the money puts when utilizing MMs to get the 35-day extension? Is it because they'd ideally like to make money on closer to the money puts and get the locate? Well, don't forget, like Windmill Willie said, right? That margin rule applies for hedge funds as well. The higher the delta, the more margin they can get from the position. I'm in a debate with my fiance's friend who thinks GME will go back to 120. Will it? It could. Especially like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Thoughts on CPI tomorrow? We in for ugly frowns. It's possible. I don't think CPI is going to be super bullish. In fact, it may be even worse than the last increase. I don't think real inflation is being affected by the rise in Fed rate. So Jay Fish mentioned we saw in the money calls coming on yesterday on Bobby and said something about that coming in hand with FTDs. Is that so? It's possible, but Bobby's so cheap that they may just be buying, someone may just be buying in the money calls. I'd have to see how many of them were bought. RC whoops, meaning inflation data, or do you buy more GME or BBB? Who the fuck cares? It's just cryptic tweets. It doesn't mean shit until something happens, right? Here's the deal, man. Men from jail, homeless, or if you're a thug, you want to come move in. Your friend can move in too. Free rent. You get lease and key. What? The fuck are you talking about, Kendra? I'll pass. Thanks for the offer, though. You should really define your safe words before moving into an arrangement like that. Fed warning of elevated inflation, probably going to be bad. Yeah, I think so. RSI carry any weight on the SPY? It's okay. Yeah. The SPY's pretty prone to being oversold and overbought. It's pretty prone to reversals on those as well. The 14 is a little more accurate if you're on the 1 minute, Carl. I wouldn't pay attention to the 6. Can you share your current position or plan for when you're buying in options for OPEX? Thanks for everything. Yeah, currently I have 10 180s and 10 200s for August 19th. I haven't bought anything else. SPY getting ready to fall off a cliff? Yeah. Jesus Christ. Um, what's the latest day that one can own the stock before the split? As long as you buy it before the effective date, you'll receive the dividend. What portion of your OPEX position are you already in? Barely any. How far behind on chat am I? Like 7 minutes? Sorry, I'm trying to catch up. Bull Mega guy. Why do you always have to send me things that get censored by Ko-Fi? Dude, this got censored so hard it's not even showing up on the Ko-Fi, and the other guy has to be pissed on. How do you check for IV? You can check on your brokerage. Okay. Oh, I can't find. I'm not reading that. Go fuck yourself. BWAP Dan Seipel. I know who you are. Reinvest settings don't apply for Fidelity USA. Thank you so much, Windmill. I appreciate it. Would you mind going over the split dividend prices works? I'm confused. Do they only split the shares of people holding on the 18th or all the shares? Sorry if it's obvious. They split all the shares owned by the effective date. What do you want to see in price before loading your OPEX position? I want our economy to shit the bed. A little bit of shorting, yeah. There's some volume on this drop. Looks like they're trying to take advantage of the drop in the SPY, which is a bit rough. I told you, if we can see some sustained downside on the market, they're going to try to short GameStop, and this is a little bit sustained. Yep, it is OG rules. But did you expect more in less than, like, I mean, technically like 9 months? Fidelity IRA, I cannot change to reinvest online, so I had to contact customer service. Easily change using chat, but you should all check. I think that no matter what, since there's no cash component, like John's Smallberries, like Willie was saying, that there's no cash component to the dividend, so you should just automatically get the shares. When BBBY NFT marketplace opening, and do you think it will cost MOASS? New VWAP hat is not fungible. So the stock split will not cause MOASS, not even an increase in price after the distribution. I mean, it's not going to cause MOASS, but it could, you know, cause a lot of price improvement. We're not saying, no one's saying it's not going to cause price improvement. The likelihood of it causing MOASS is pretty slim, especially given the fact that a stock split in and of itself is sort of MOASS defeating. So when GME ran in Jan, how did it run so far above what I am assuming was the top of the option chain at the time? Was it from the new chain opening up? Yeah. Yeah, it ran into and above the option chain, but the next day the chain opened up wider and they were able to begin hedging a wider range on the volatility. GME will go sub 90 first week of August. Remember me. You know, Taryn, you're absolutely fucking correct, because it's gonna split, and that's how division works. Price target to exit your Amazon puts. Oh yeah, I forgot about those. I don't know. Market looks fucked. I'll hold them for a bit. You're getting your wish. The SPY is dying. It's not my wish. It's my prediction. President Darth Jan. Price target for Amazon short. Where the fuck? It's in the fucking. It's in Dillionaires, man. I posted the chart and everything. Jettle. Go look at the goddamn pickles pics if you want to know. Some guy on Wall Street Bets just posted a leaked CPI document that shows 1.7 increase in June. Yeah. What's the... Wait, that's a new hat? Where did you get it? VWAP gave it to me. That's the only way to obtain them. Then I went long VIX. If you have CCs, do you keep rolling down with this huge drop, or is it too volatile? Way too volatile. Shouldn't have even sold CCs this week. Hey Gurk, you still bullish for July OPEX, or do you think this will be a NOPEX like June? I'm pretty bullish for it. I like that the borrow rate's increasing, so that's adding a little bit of confidence. I'd like to see prices drop more. Um, we'll see how that goes. Was in meetings? Are we sus or bussin'? Both? Can we be both simultaneously? Like, I don't even know what that'd be. Cap. VIX high for this week. I asked my Magic 8 Ball, and 31 was met with it's certain. Sounds reasonable. Sherwin-Williams drop seems to lag the SPY. Good time for puts? I don't know. I'm in kind of a long position on Sherwin. I really don't know how much I care about SLD. I have a stop, so I think if it falls below like 240, 247.50 maybe, I'll get stopped out. How far off is my stop right now? 1 second. Yeah, it's pretty close. If I stop out, I'll take it and then buy back in after SLD, I guess. I'm up massively since like a couple weeks ago when I entered it. It's just been fucking climbing up like crazy. Alright, SPY's gonna fail this. Options. Another round of puts. Yeah. Fuck, that's moving quick. Bus sussin? Nice, Sahib. Got a limit order in place on shares. If we drop to 120, I'm picking up shares. If it doesn't, I'm FOMOing into calls. All right. Is that a new hat? Yeah. Was that from the front of the Thrasher magazine? Yes. DMs. What do we got, Zakir? Just got off the phone with Fidelity and TDA. Nothing needs to be done. No settings to elect or change. They will automatically issue shares regardless of dividend selections. Exact quote from customer service rep at Fidelity. Dude's name was Bronco. Absolutely getting shares. Hashtag Bronco rules, AMC drills. Nice. Look at you, Zakir. Just actually slaughtering the FUD. Maybe if the cost of them dropping the price is more than they want. What if maybe the cost of them dropping the price is more than they want? That's fair. Did a 12-year-old do the letter spacing? Yeah, I think so. I mean, it was probably manufactured in like a sweatshop in Indonesia, right? I have the trailing stop loss of 0.5, and it says trailing stop losses at 1050. Is that when it sells or when the stop loss kick in selling it hits 10? What the fuck? If I have a trailing stop loss of 0.5, so it triggers at 1050. Trailing stop loss of 0.5. Okay, so the contract is trading at 1050. You have a stop loss of 0.5. So yeah, the stop would currently be set at 10. Crest gifted, unless it's gone above 1050 and then reverted back to 1050. Crest, thank you so much for throwing out some memberships for everybody. Guys, big shout out to Crest for hooking you up with Cornishon, and welcome aboard. The old hat is okay. It is being cleaned. Moonwind's around. Thoughts on poor man's cover calls on BBBY? In the money leaps, Febs, or even out to 2024, and selling shorter term contracts in case this week doesn't change much. I don't like poor man's cover calls on BBBY at all. The options are underpriced right now, and if that turns around on you and you have naked calls, it's fucking risky as shit. Ew, gross. Go away. Is that a fitted cap? Yeah. How play busts us straddle at the money puts and calls, usually. Short iron condors. Sherwin about to break up. Good. I'd be okay with that if I don't get stopped out first. I don't think IMX is on the marketplace yet. Because their agreement with Loopring was that, like Loopring would be the first to go live. Can I guess your hat size? Sure. Can we get over the new hat, people? No, absolutely not. People don't like change. It scares them. We all buy puts and SPY rips. Boo, PFOF, and MMs. Yeah. Will you buy any SPY puts before close today in anticipation of SLD and CPI? Maybe, but if I was going to do that, I probably should have done it this morning. I have some puts already, like longer dated ones on SPX and the SPY, but I haven't picked up anything today. Is your hat one size fits all? No. 8 3/8. No. Are you gonna drink more Japanese crazy tea? That shit fucked me up. Do, 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 do. You know, God, I just love supports and resistances. Can I get another one of these fucking things? Oh shit. That's not good. Thoughts on CPI coming down in the coming months due to temporary inventory surplus, resulting in false alarm of inflation cooling. A CPI metric was short-term influenced by markdown inventory. We could maybe see it cool by a little bit by like August or so. August or September. I don't I mean like I don't think this month is gonna be and that means the report the following month, right? If the market makes it till then. Are you gonna say if anyone has the right cap size or not? It's XXL. Oh, the fuck that means. How far out do you usually play SPY options? Made some decent profit on 715, 390 puts yesterday. Could have held for longer, but afraid of theta decay. Usually when I play SPY options, it's like a couple days. Like I'll buy like the next expiration instead of 0 DTEs. Um Sometimes like if there's like a swing, I'll have like right now I have like a 390 position and a 38.95 position on the SPX that are for like next week. But yeah, like just trading it just like the following expiration. So I usually avoid 0 DTEs if I can. Did you tell us if you were 3 feet tall, but bought everything to scale so we didn't get suspicious? Yeah, I would. I have like a fitted hat somewhere. I'm not sure what size it is, but it's like a little too tight, so I never wear it. I think it's like 8 something, 8 and 3/4. Avoid zero DTEs. Pfft. I mean, I'll buy zero DTEs on the SPY if it's like the morning. So, like between 9:30 and 10:30, they're fine. But if I think I'm gonna have to hold them longer than that, yeah, I'll buy like whatever the next expiration is. So it's either 1 or 2 DTE. Use scissors to cut the sides to loosen it up. Do you only shop at Baby Gap? I mean, they use organic cotton. So, yeah. Same price movement as yesterday and last Friday? We'll see. The SPY's starting to lose some steam, and it's losing a lot of the volume on this breakup. So this is, this is not bullish, right? This is just like a straight up bear flag. See how the volumes declining to match. This is not good. So, um, I think when the market drags down, GameStop will as well. Looking at more BBY shares, what's the lowest you could see it going? Below below 4? I don't think it's going below 4 right now. Not this week, I don't think. It actually had a pretty good recovery today. Not good. Equals OPEX, let's fucking go. You see these NFT sales so far? It's insane. Like a million or something like that, right? Bobby got some weird negative beta. It's doing some strange shit today, yeah. I gotta agree. I like it. CPI leak 10.2. Ouch. Credibility of that league? I don't know, man. Weird shit pops up on Wall Street Bets sometimes. I think the assumption would be that it's incorrect, right? But, ooh, shit. I caught a little bit of a reversal. Mm, yeah, choppy still. At least we forgot the Spurt Insider info. Yeah, I remember that. That was weird too. It's impressive that Coinbase's marketplace first day volume was 75K. GME was 1 million. Um, Coinbase's was a closed beta, wasn't it? %100% stop loss hunting with all the negative news. Maybe. I have to say, you doing TA on the SPY while Jimmy is doing much of nothing is actually really cool. Teaching us, making us money, and you can copy and paste the SPY chart to GME pretty much. I mean, yesterday, GME like outperformed the SPY 6x to the upside. So it's, I mean, GME's lately has been trading like an extremely wonky leveraged ETF, right? It's been weird, man. The illiquidity is getting kind of crazy. GameStop's just gonna do the same shit, man. It's not gonna like split off and do its own thing right now. I have it on the side. I'm watching it. I would say peak inflation in either June, July, or August. Jokes on them. I have no idea what a stop loss is. You still think Google is way better value buy than Amazon? I think in terms of maintaining and holding its value, yes. In terms of growth, no. I think Amazon will grow more than Google in the coming like year and a half, 2 years. I'm too lazy to look for the video where you draw one. I just drew one. You have a steep drop into consolidate like that reverts into what's essentially like a consolidating uptrend, right? Because volume's dropping. And then these typically break down. It's a bear flag. Post split, do you think we'll see the same volatility in GME, or will there be more liquidity, like a move from 100 to 200 relative to a move from 30 to 60 post split? That'd be 25 to 50, but we'll see. I mean, I think IV will probably go up. tradability of GME will improve. I don't like this. The SPY's like getting too antsy. Doesn't really want to move a lot lower today. Ah, shit. Aren't we going up after releasing the marketplace? Because the news of that already happened back in January. Seriously, I mean, it did, right? I have $400 to invest. BBY calls or one bag of Uber Eats AMC popcorn. Hmm. Is that, do you really need to ask that? Oh, God. Pump and dump bots. What about bear trap? What bear trap? It's not a bear trap, it's a bear flag. What time frame do you look at to confirm a double bottom? I prefer them on the daily. 30 minutes or greater. Bull flag on GME? No. Hmm. I prefer a power bottom on the 4 hour. I said the marketplace is priced in. Yeah. The revenue from it's not, but we don't know what that's going to be. Do you know the fee GME takes from transactions? AK showed nothing, but I've heard it's 2.5%. Yeah, I mean, I think it's 7 total with the artist royalty. Doesn't our price action look identical on the daily to the lead into the May OPEX? It's similar. Yeah, there's some similarities. Something changed in my CMOS, and my computer fans are going on and off every few seconds. If you don't hear from me, I shot myself in the head. That's a bit excessive, Benz. Can't you just fix it? Or take the battery out and put it back in? Update your BIOS settings. Failed the VWAP test. See if it finds support here, though. If it finds support here, that's kind of bullish. The fucking volume on the market's super low again today. $2.25. Big old BBBY $2 put purchase. They did that before. That's not the first time we've seen that happen. Yeah. Jesus Christ, that's huge. Probably trying to drag the price back down for cheap without bumping the bar rate too hard. Artist royalty can be whatever it was set at originally. However, when you go to list an item, there's the royalty plus 2.25% from GameStop. This stays the same regardless of price of the NFT. Okay. Cat testing 176 for the third time. Oh, Cat had a nice, like an okay morning. Yeah, it's just right back at resistance. Everyone at Citadel's busy packing their desks to move to Florida. I guess, yeah, this could be why liquidity's down. SLD tomorrow and CPI numbers. You doing SPY puts end of day? No. I expect the market to price in the inflation once it's realized before it drops. Can I have your Nintendo Switch? I really want one, but I don't want to buy it. It seems like it's just collecting dust at your place. Sure. I'm gonna hide it somewhere in New York City. And then if you find it, it's all yours. There'll be no clues. It'll be interesting once they put some video games on the marketplace. Sure. Good morning. Been gone over a week. Sounds like some interesting things have happened. A couple of them. Thanks, Tickle Pickle. You too, man. I should have meant some of your cover calls as NFTs. Prime Day deals are solid today. Ooh. So are my Amazon puts. What do we got? usual crap. Who are these like influencer people that they have on like Prime Day? You just like get on Amazon every day and fucking shill some like garbage product. Like this dude right now is selling gentle iron. What the fuck? You sure they're real people? I'm not. I'm convinced they just keep them in like one building. They're just like clones of Amazon executives. Part of Bezos's repopulation experiment after he penetrates the surface of a new planet with his tiny penis rocket. So that guy gets your Switch, and I get your calls. Who gets the existential dread? Jay Fresh, actually. Wait until after CPI, likely to majority of OPEC's buy-in. Probably waiting for SLD. Where do people see the revenue numbers for the GameStop marketplace? The GameStop's wallet, I think. Yesterday, just after a marketplace announcement, the port chat was rife with new users in full bear mode, pumping sell, sell, sell. No exaggeration. Thoughts? Man, we've watched our stock go from like $40 to $350 to 150 to 350 to 150 to 250, back to 150 to 250, and then all the way down to 90, and none of us have fucking sold yet. So who gives a shit, right? Ooh, an ice maker. I should probably be watching my options positions, right? Nah. Do I need a smartwatch? Later, guy. Ooh, I don't like that volume. Hold on. There was some sell pressure there. Did you guys see VWAP tick down? Oh, you bitch. Yes. Should I continue to diamond hand my 120p 715? You're kind of, it's kind of risky. It's pretty far out of the money. Have you started to build your July OPEX position? I have a little bit of it. What happened to T plus Tuesday? It's not always up, right? You know, sometimes the market maker gamma exposure is to the short side. Listening to Gert get annoyed at SPY and GME uptakes is the ASMR niche I've been looking for my whole life. Oh, you little bitch. Thanks, Nesquik. I want to go back and watch your first few streams. What can I expect? What is the level of bullishness? Way too high. Like it's just unreasonable how into it I was. I was also nicer. What has to happen for you to sell your calls? I'll just buy more, right? Way too much hair. I don't know if I was more humble. But the NSC update to SLD, you were talking about the one that happened in March. Can they make the deposit any time pretty much? Could the rally these last couple of days have been settling of SLD deposits? Generally SLD deposits have the reverse effect. Holy Saber. I know they still seem to settle them mostly post Wednesday. Remember, you don't get rid of money until you have to, regardless of the extended time frame. When you're a fund, your goal is to keep as much capital in the market at any time as possible. Because capital in the market makes money, right? If you pay your bills early, you're no longer making money on that capital. Nobody in the real world should ever pay their bills early. You should never pay your bills early. You should never prepay your taxes. You shouldn't pay more on a loan than what's due unless it's going to lower your rate. That's all. Those are all stupid uses of. People consider them fiscally responsible, but they're actually stupid uses of your capital. There's there's a lot of misconceptions in like how to handle, how to handle your money. Like people are like, oh, I always pay my bills early. And it's like, well, you're an idiot. Didn't you pay your entire year's rent in advance? I did. But I did that to avoid providing income information to my landlord because I don't want them to know how much money I have. Right? That's I'm paying extra intentionally. I'm aware of it. That's different. If you're paying down your principal to reduce the period of the loan, that's a different story. But how much are you saving by doing that, right? Oh, GME just negative beta now? Fantastic. Cool. Oh, tomorrow ETF FTDs start. So that's fun, right? How would they know how much money you have? That's shocking if landlords can get that info to potentially increase rent. Disgusting even. I mean, they ask you for like your tax return, your bank statements for like 12 months, um, like the standard like credit and criminal background checks. But yeah, New York asks for like a lot of financial information up front, like landlords in New York and management companies here. And so I'd rather just pay the full year's rent up front, no questions asked, than divulge any of my information to them. 23% return on capital for cost saving over the life of the loan. That's not bad for guaranteed cost saving. It's not. Although I don't really look at it that way. I look at how much I could have made off of that money in the same time period if I just invested it elsewhere. I mean, I know how amortization tables work, so I know how to play the principal loan game. So you give payments, you can't FTD your last bull mayo payment, bro. I need to make a living. My yearly rent is not $65,000. Jesus fucking Christ. It's 42,000. No, I'm not secretly a drug lord. Do you think I'd be busy with other shit if I was secretly a drug lord and not doing this all day? Mine's 50 in Manhattan. Yeah, that's I got mine pretty cheap because of the pandemic. Like I moved when rents were still really like kind of suppressed. If I rented the same apartment now, like I think there's units in my building for rent right now that are like 45 to like 62. And I think mine would have been like 5,500 a month. So I got a good deal. 500 July 29, 150 puts just went on the chain. Looks to be sold. Interesting. I wonder who did that. What a crazy, weird thing to do a bull put spread on GameStop right now. You've been off screen much more this season. What? Marketplace is really impressive. Once the OpenSea crowd sees the low fees, it will be insane. Really? I think OpenSea is kind of dying right now because crypto's taking a big shit in the bed. My wife can't understand why we aren't paying things off early right now, but that's because she doesn't know we're buying my favorite stock instead. That's because the wasps are paying part of your rent. I wish. I pay $600 a month. Do you have fiber internet? Because I'll move there. I was paying for 38 for a one bedroom. Now my rent's gone up to 4,200 effective August. Yeah, I think they're gonna want to raise my rent at the end of my lease, so I'll probably fuck off when they do that. Although I don't know, this building has rent stabilized units, so maybe that they're locked into the effective rate of like a 3% raise a year. If they are, then it might be worth staying. My neighbor moves out. Well, this is very curious. GME moving completely independent of the SPY. Yeah, the increasing volume's kind of compelling as well. I don't know if I've seen this happen since March. Yeah, I was saying during the members stream that something we want to watch out for this week is this like smaller funds returning shares or shares being recalled from smaller funds that are just, you know, short the stock. These like intra-week out of the blue like volumetric run-ups. It appears to now be over. It died off rather quickly. Will the stock split cause MOASS? No, probably not. You need to move back to Italy, back to the roots. You know, I would, but it's just like, there's nothing there. The food's amazing, and it's really pretty, but that's it, right? It's just J-Fresh wellness check. I'm sure he's fine. How much volume on the uptrend? Fuck. Like 220,000? Not a lot. We just hit 1 million volume for the day. Are you buying more August calls now? I'm buying more August calls now because the IV is still low. I did say that on stream. I'm sure somebody could find you the clip. Any reason behind BBY? Could it just be just down to news about 100% margin requirement? Maybe. Because of their naturalization deadline. What the hell is that? At this point, roughly what percent of your options OPEX position have you acquired? Less than 10? What do capital gains taxes look like, Lawrence of Arabia? Is a drop in IV and price the only things that will make premiums cheaper? Yeah, pretty much. The split will make premiums cheaper. $10% or 10K? Less than 10%. Nick, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up in the Discord. Get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. Hmm. I love it when Dix is pitching a tent. Are you the reincarnation of David Koresh? I don't even know who that is. I feel like I've heard the name, but I can't link it to anything. Should I wait till Friday for a discount? You could try. The Waco compound leader? Ah. It's not a compliment. I didn't think it was. Sex is good, but have you ever had a 10x call before? Well put, Bull Mayo guy. He didn't like to DRS his guns. No, he didn't. I'm pretty sure my grandparents came here in like the 50s. So I think I'm good. Inverse head and shoulders on Bobby. Sure. Bobby looks strong. Hey. Perfectly reasonable price action. Well, we're above 135. See if we can clear the next hurdle. They come directly from Persia? No. Cyprus is better for taxes? Yeah, I know. Well, that's because there just aren't any, right? Yeah, we talked about the margin requirement on BBBY. Oh, there go my spy pets. You get stopped out. Yeah, I mean, broke VWAP, so. I wonder how much of GameStop's current move is based on the SPY moving up. Because it started well in advance of that. The volume's not exactly consistent, but fairly high. It was very consistent through here. This was covering, clearing, or buying in, something like that. Because this was completely in advance of the market move. Just bounced off that 135.77. Yeah. Jimmy dragging up the SPY? No, it's not big enough. Also, not in the SPY. What day does OPEC start? I mean, the settlement of OPEC starts after its expiration on the 15th. So the settlement of obligations due the 15th would be the 18th, 19th, and 20th of next week. This is a strong resistance right now. The one it just hit. I moved to Cyprus in a heartbeat. Imagine trading the US markets, wake up in the morning, relax until like noon, then trade stocks until dinner, eat Greek food, drink wine, the life. Actually doesn't seem so bad. GME is the market maker now. Ridiculous. Someone's selling off August 5th, 5Ps on BBBY? That's good. Short capitulation's always a positive. Hope for a dip and IV to fall off a little. Yeah, or I'm going to be chasing. It's one of the two, right? Is this MOASS? No. Won't we dip on bad CPI data tomorrow? That's absolutely possible, yeah. Like I'm not closing out my like 390 SPY positions. I'm not closing out my Amazon puts. Market failed the test. I wonder if I should take profits on these and reposition them. It's so little though. 5%? Fuck it. Just hold them. No, this is where it gets interesting. The SPY's falling off kind of hard now. That is a big failure of 384. If this breaks below VWAP and GME doesn't follow suit, that's pretty fucking spicy. Man, they are internalizing so fucking much. Look at this. I don't know, Jay Fresh. I think you might need to break your horns out soon, buddy. First day jumping in a while. First thing I hear is someone asking if this is MOASS. Glad to see you're still here and nothing's changed. Yeah. Good to see you, Esrel. Why would they internalize sell pressure? Because they need to get rid of the buy pressure. It's that they're internalizing the buy pressure, right? So they've got a buy, and then they have a sell over here. So they're internalizing this order flow, right? And then they match it with this. Was the morning short all they had? No, but they don't want to short into active fund pressure, right? So when active funds are buying, they don't have, I mean, they used to not give a shit, right? I don't think they have the liquidity sufficient to aggressively short right now. I think they'd like to. I think they'd like to see a steep drop in the market so they could really bring the price of GameStop down. They try to whenever the market drops. Whenever there's like sustained downside in the market, you see the volume. Like they really try to short into it. But like we just gap back up, right? As soon as active fund pressure starts coming in, we just start gapping back up, and we're going up far more than we're going down. It's good to see that my predictions from a year ago are finally coming true. At least in regards to their inability to short. It took a while. Fucking paper hands. It's true. I mean, like, institutions have sold off in droves since back then. It took a long time for retail to get GameStop as illiquid as it once was. Gaff's not going to jump in. So this is what'll happen to get Gaff back in. If GameStop repeats January and starts pumping out FTDs again, then he'll get in after. Like, not before. Thanks, Blake Collins. So next week, after the distribution, we'll see GameStop's price under 40, then back to 100-ish. You know, at $100, GME at $100 post split is the same as GME at 400 right now, right? So you're saying I should cut the losses on these August 19 125Ps on GME? I don't know. And the reason I'm holding back is because I think that the market is going to see a sustained downturn over the next like 3 days with CPI data coming in and SLD. And I think if short hedge funds get that opportunity, they're going to try to short the fuck out of GameStop while the market's coming down as much as they can. How far they're going to be able to get it, I don't know. But I know they'll try. They tried this morning, right? When the market was coming down, we saw them pump in the short volume. They just can't fight back. Like, they don't have enough ammo. And they seem to, the place where they could get more ammo, they seem to not be utilizing very much, which would be buying shitloads of in the money puts, right? Like, that's usually how they answer that illiquidity problem, but they're not doing that. What's a good site to track IV30? I don't know, like Bar Chart probably has it.
I know Fidelity and TDA have it. I already have SPY puts. Brucus. I have like SPY 390s. And I have SPX 3895s. So I'm gonna hold these. I don't know if I'll add to my put position. I might. I might get like a few, but I probably won't. I was buying in the money puts help their liquidity. It forces the market maker to short. Market maker can short infinitely, right? The question is, why are they, like, the biggest question we're facing right now is why aren't they doing that? That's usually what they do, right? Like, they want to drop GameStop's price, but ETF liquidity is low and they don't want to borrow shares, right? So they go to the MM and they just drop a shitload of cash on in the money puts, right? Like 10, 20 million at a time. And what this does is it forces the market maker to go out and, negative delta hedge. So short the stock, right? And they short it synthetically because they don't give a shit about locates. Um, but they're not doing that this time. And the question is why, right? Why are they not doing this? Like, we know OPEX is coming up. They don't want the price to rise. We know they don't want the borrow rate to go up, right? That's not advantageous. Um, and yet the borrow rate is going up. The price is rising. And no in the money puts. Now, I don't know if it's they don't want the exposure, they don't want the price acceleration next week, because when they close those puts, the market maker deleverages, which causes them to go out to the market and buy shares back, which shoots the price up, right? Well, we've thought about it, but it's weird seeing it happen. The fact that they aren't dropping it makes me hesitant towards July OPEX. Yeah, understandably. Their in the money puts are getting nice and cheap right now. True. How much depends on Delta? Almost like 90% of GameStop's price action. I now have 3 remote jobs. No one is asking questions. Congratulations, win food stamps. Sounds like you're getting ready to change your name to No More Food Stamps or EBT free. Maybe they aren't doing it because there's some rule about locates we aren't aware of that has to do with the divvy split or some other mechanic. This has been going on for a couple weeks, though, Stefan. This was before they announced the split. Not 1K likes. We'll get there by the end of the day. Right, guys? Maybe no in the money put purchase because they know incoming buy pressure from ETF's purchase of share dividend. You mentioned on stream. Mentioned on the member stream. Maybe. The pro rata agreement between ETFs and their shareholders. Yeah, it's possible. Have you ever seen them can kick an OPEX twice in a row? No, but I have issues with the assumption that they would be. There's a lot of weird shit here, right? So Feb's moved into March. And then June moved into July. My issue's here with May. May ran, like they covered obligations in May without a doubt. We have April here that was just nothing, right? Which it shouldn't have been. But May also shouldn't have been anything, and June should have been something. So these both should have been dead. Like nothing should have happened in this time period. But they blew off steam in May, and that the question is, you know, how much of that is going to affect this? Or is it just because obligations are so compounded that they needed an extra one? Which is possible. They were quite high. And it wasn't a usual OPEX run. Like, we didn't hit gamma max. There was no entropy flip. It was just, we just ran up and they covered some obligations. And then, you know, we started to go down and then we went up a tiny bit into June. Mostly on the back of like bullishness and more so than anything else. And the feeling I get from this week, especially with the price rising and the current location of calls, is that like large swaths of retail are setting themselves up to get fucked into the latter half of the week when the market declines and they short. Like too many people buying July 15 calls, and it feels like the market maker is going to try to take advantage of that again like they did in June. Because the market maker, like I think most of this week, I didn't check yesterday, but has been fairly neutral. Like they're not over leveraged to either side of the hedge right now. So, you know, if they want to get it back to like max pain or lower by the end of the week, they could. And you know, that would just burn everything bought and like from here, right? So all the price action from like right here, if they can return that by the end of the week, then there's nothing, right? And then they let it run after everyone burned all their fucking money. That's why I'm not fucking going anywhere near weeklies. Yeah, they had a hard time bringing the price down in March too. If you look at all of our other like post OPEX drops, like look how rapid these are. Like look at November, right? Or even August, June, right? And June there was still a shitload of pressure. But like March took forever for them to get it all the way down. Like it took a really long period of time for them to drop the price, you know, even to like $30 or $50 from the peak. It took like a couple weeks, right? Like it took all the way into May OPEX. That wasn't until after May OPEX that they really got some liquidity to bring the price down. Um, it's definitely been tougher and tougher for them this year. And we see that with the FTDs going up, borrow rate going up. Like all the things we were looking for to happen back here in, you know, December and January, they're happening now. What about Lee, please? What do we got, J Fresh? Hedge and shares is basically nothing. Interesting. Although there's still something there, right? More than the NOPEX? Oh, today it's very low, I see. I mean, I don't think they can push back against the market. So until SLD and CPI, I don't think they're gonna push at all, frankly. And either that, I wonder if it's just bias, and I just hope they're gonna push. Weird shit. What's your take on big boys thinking here? I get there are multiple monsters lurking deep, only unified by the desire to profit, presumably at retail's expense. Do you sense their risk compliance departments are starting to get jittery, or just business as usual? Yeah, I don't think it's business as usual. There's already a lot of risk. eToro just sent an email saying they're giving shares on split. Oh, awesome. I'd love to see proof of that, but that's good news. Haven't July 15 calls been pretty stacked for a while though? Yeah, but they're not like the OI is not dropping on them sufficiently, right? And what's weird is that the next monthly, August, really doesn't have much. You know, September doesn't have a lot, October doesn't have a lot, or September's not even open yet, is it? I think they've still got the September chain. No, September chain's open now. Really, really minimal September interest. October's pretty fucking low. Even the leaps aren't that compelling. At least out of the money. Like the majority of the OI on the I feel like the majority of the OI on the chain right now, or at least a fat chunk of it, a third of the OI on the chain right now is for Friday, which is very odd. What was the reason behind that crazy morning run where we halted 6 times into a 40% increase back in May? I think those were different mornings, right? But that was May OPEX. There were two. There was one during the ETF FTD period where we halted a bunch. And then like right before May OPEX. And then there were a bunch of halts on May OPEX also. That was partially because our price was so low at the time. Right, so a 10% increase from like $90 is only $9. RC being a wildcard variable makes it more annoying than helpful for planning your positions. Yeah. Do you believe there's share recall risk? I mean, for smaller, less liquid, shorts, yeah. But I don't know how many of those there are. And then for bigger ones, not really. The ETF angle is kind of compelling though. I have the same email. It's legit. Okay. eToro is garbage. Yeah. Yeah, if you could DM me a screenshot, that'd be great. Frank. Yeah, because usually after a split, the price of a stock goes up. Not immediately after, but like within a few months. Can you get a job at a hedge fund if you can 10x the milli on IBKR? I could get a job at a hedge fund right now if I wanted one. I wouldn't want to do that. It's the worst. Hargreaves Lansdowne UK also confirmed giving shares. March OPEX, the low of was after hours of earnings and then steady increase in price and cost to borrow into March OPEX. There wasn't any ouchy downs the week leading into March OPEX. Same now, less liquidity, greater liquidity. I think they had greater liquidity back then. There were ouchy downs into March OPEX though, like big hard ones, right? Like we dropped like a fucking rock out of like the end of Feb. We dropped to like 77 after earnings, I think. We dropped really fucking low, 78. So I mean, they slammed it as hard as they could on earnings, but. And then it was the same here out of like Feb OPEX, or April OPEX, right? And into March. Like they always try to slam the price as much as they can. But not here, right? Like we would have expected here, you know, given that this was a fucking OPEX run, to get driven back down, right? Or here on like, you know, the failed June OPEX or deferred June OPEX. But neither one of them, right? We're remaining, the price is remaining elevated. Like, I mean, they haven't successfully gotten us below like 114 for more than like a few minutes. Which would imply that this is in fact the floor. This is the IV grind, right? And if we're starting to see higher and higher floors, that's very bullish. That's, I wasn't a trader. I, I did strategic analysis and like, yeah, mostly strategic analysis. I've learned enough watching your streams over the past few months that I can now look at the data myself and actually see what you're talking about. Thanks for teaching me, dude. You got it, man. Would there be an incentive for them to cover BBBY before GME is probably shorted at a much lower average price? Not necessarily the same shorts, Mike. Maybe some are similar, but some are definitely different. They're not the same position. Don't try to tie them together so much because I think that creates a lot of bias. If you're chasing OPEX with your final funds, do you buy short dated near the money or out of the money? Nearer, probably. They only slam us down once they close the entropy hedge and flip their position. Yeah, I know, but they never closed an entropy hedge in May, right? So we got like a whole OPEX run, but no gamma max break, which is unlike any other OPEX run we've ever had. No entropy swap closed, nothing, right? It just like it ran, and then just we're kind of in the same fucking price range now that we were in May OPEX. I'm not showing green, but I have an upgraded membership. I'm not sure why. Are you on the same YouTube account? Do you have different YouTube accounts? Maybe you're not on the one that you signed up for? I have no idea. Too good to be true? Yeah. I always get a sense of that. Especially when things start lining up. That was a lot of the reason for like my weird quasi bearishness through June OPEX was that like it all looked too fucking good. What was it like trading the 1929 crash? Just tell me my Gen 950s will hit a peak value of $40 a contract. Thanks, Dad. That's really fucking unlikely. They don't have paper trading, do they? No, I don't think Fidelity does. But you can use paper trading on something else. Or if you're just trying to get used to maybe watch some of like their videos. They have a shitload of video resources. Late stream, do you mind giving a quick sup up? Sup. Trend looks weak as fuck right now on RSI. Quick sup up? What? I don't know I don't know what that means. The current trend looks weak as fuck on RSI? Doesn't seem like it'd be that bad. Yeah, it's fine. 58. Actually looks kind of strong. Just consolidating on like slightly under overbought. If I was just using RSI as like the metric, I would say that this is bullish divergence after the first rejection and that it could break out again. Some up. Oh. You didn't have to give me $3 more, man. You could have just said it in the chat. We're gonna 10x your August calls. We're gonna see 10x on your August calls next week for GME. I don't know. SPY breaking down, GME is holding. They need to dump internalization first. I love that we're so illiquid that people can see that effect in real time, though. It's super cool. Like I don't need to show. I don't need to like dig into all the data and try to prove it that way. I can just show it visually. Like GameStop flat as a fucking pancake, right? no volume being traded really, SPY dropping like a fucking rock. This is how they dump internalization. This is how they balance their internalization. Because if they let their asymmetric risk just run wild, right? This creates a shitload of upside risk. And so what they try to do is, when the SPY pumps, they try to internalize as much as they can. When it dumps, they dump it out onto the market, which causes us to trade flat, right? So we'll see like no volume and the SPY dumping, but we know behind the scenes active funds are selling, right? But they're really what's happening is, that buy order was already internalized in the first place, and so it's netting zero. They're just selling back their buy order from earlier with no effect on price, right? Bullish as fuck plus sus as fuck. Yeah. Can they start covering OPEX today? Not really. Like they can't cover the deferred one if they deferred it 28 plus 2. Because of the capital allocation will be locked up in an account that wouldn't be settled out until next week. They could cover, like, the market maker can stay neutral going into OPEX, but that doesn't stop the buying. So, like, I think, and a lot of what JFresh is saying, is like the market maker is usually super negative because they short so hard during this period. Right? They use that market maker liquidity to short the fuck out of us. And we're not seeing that right now, right? We're seeing the market maker go into OPEX neutral. And this doesn't mean that like shares don't need to be purchased, right? It just means that there's no large negative hedge that's going to cause like a snapback, right? I don't know what effect this will have because it's not something we've really seen before. There's always a big fat fucking negative hedge going into OPEX. We're rarely neutral. And we've seen some, right? There's like some spikes. But they're really trying to keep their hedge at neutral. So maybe the market maker is just sick of getting fucking burned on these OPEX runs. They're pricing contracts a little higher. It looks like the market maker is taking a little less fucking risk. Now, how does that affect short positions? It's hard to say because we don't know how much of the short position is market makers and how much of the short position is like actual shares that need to be purchased. You can't upgrade via Ko-Fi. Maybe they're trying not to pile up a bunch of ETF FTDs. What have they given a shit about that? Also, they're on threshold. Why would they care? The fucking those FTDs. If the FTDs created today while they remain on threshold are T plus 6 plus 35C plus 3 plus 13. Like, this is like all the fucking time in the world. This is like a quarter. It's like a full quarter. Anytime GME and SPY diverge, it feels big bullish. There's a bullish chart in your inbox. How bullish is it? It's pretty fucking bullish. Jesus Christ, is that below zero? Close? Like really fucking close, right? Fucking May was crazy. 0.017? Huh. They're rolling July 15s. Off XRT? That's a good sign, right, turd? Do you have any idea why the marketplace isn't available in the EU? At least not in Germany. I'm not sure. Are you far more bullish on GME than BBBY? I'm bullish on BBBY, but I also understand that I need to wait for things to be realized over there. So I'm just like, I'm not as impatient as other people, and people mistake that for lack of bullishness. I have like almost 100 grand tied up in Bobby. Like, it's not like I'm not bullish on it, but I know that I just need to wait. My thought was they're allowing small runs to entice calls with low ammo. They can short the market slide and have the pressure of these calls selling off. Big market downs, then gamma downs. Possible. I can tell you're excited, but conflicted, knowing we could get stabbed in the ribs at any moment. Yeah. Thanks for... Oh, shit. Thanks for months of teaching. I think that things finally started to click. Split causes price to go down, so puts are guaranteed to print. Fucking Christ. No. Sorry for the several weeks of explaining splits that is now gone. Oh, man. Is it beneficial for them to wait until the split for a big pushdown before covering all the offset obligations? Yeah. We saw that happen on Tesla too, though, right? Like I don't think that's that unusual. I think it happened on Tesla. It happened on NVIDIA's split. Here, can I take a moment here and show you guys this? Let's see, NVIDIA. So the hour. 4. Tesla. Oh, Tesla's on the daily too. So let me see if I can bring this up. Okay, cool. So if we go back here to the Tesla split, right? This is the split date. So it runs up hard into the split. Then yeah, we see liquidity unlock and we see some selling off. Not a ton, but you know, most of the increase into the split retraced, right? A little value captured. And then, you know, we start to see it kind of drift and climb through this period. And right here, we see like a massive spike of FTDs. We see ETF FTD covering occur over this little tiny window right here. And then we see OPEX, like the following OPEX just kick off, right? And then we see, you know, a massive amount of these delayed obligations covered. Basically, and then, you know, with FOMO coming in and the market maker kickbacks, you know, we start to see these like T+2, T+2, T+2 spikes in price. where, you know, gamma just keeps rolling over and over and over. And the exposure drives the price all the way up to, you know, the highs we saw in January, like January into like Feb here. Really, really fucking similar to price action on GameStop, right? Around the same time. Not as dramatic, obviously, but you know, the like from December 18th, where we see this big volume spike, it really just climbs all the way, you know, until it peaks on January 26th, roughly around the same time GameStop peaked. And if we look at Nvidia, which had like almost no fucking short interest, right? But also a dividend split. You know, we actually see Nvidia's price drop into the split, and then it slowly begins to recover. So this is like where the split announcement happened back here, and it ran like crazy. And then a couple weeks before the split, it started dropped into the split, and then out of the split. You know, same period of time, right? We see this like 35-day period, and then we see it like November OPEX 2021 happen, and it just also takes off like a rocket, right? And this is, you know, this same effect on two, like you can even see the fucking FTD covering from ETFs right here. You know, this shit they do with GameStop is not something that's only GameStop, right? It's just super apparent on GameStop because GameStop's so fucking illiquid. But I think that we're seeing this following OPEX run because the ETF writes forwards on the split in order to follow through on their pro rata agreement with their shareholders, and then the next time futures are settled out, we fucking like we run, right? We run all the way into December, and then the futures are closed out and everything's settled, and then the price drops, right? Like the rest of the market was just eating shit through this period, and Nvidia was, you know, holding its own. Does the GME graph look bullish now? It's looking good. I don't think we've broken above our, like, we're starting to break up, but I don't know if we've broken up above that upper trend yet. A little bit. We're breaking through just a little bit. Like 135, right? Oh man, did I post the wrong fucking chart in chat this morning? Or in the DD? Was I just super tired? RC buys BBBY, merges with GME. News of the shareholders meeting. Mark my comment. Yeah, we're all kind of hoping for that. No one needs to mark your comment. It's a prediction that's been made 1,000 times already. Do you think we will see 950 today? No. Internalization's not illegal at all. They're given the right to do that to prevent market volatility. Does dumping internalization not affect volume? No, because the volume's already realized, right? So you just trade flat and you don't really see anything happening. Because they're satisfying incoming sell orders with previous buy orders. We're talking about the, well, when I'm talking about internalization, I'm talking about Citadel. When I'm talking about the MM staying neutral, that's the options market maker. The DRM through CBOE, which is Wolverine. This is June OPEX all over again. Feels like it. Mystic Ko-Fi. Sorry. What's this anticipated CPI number tomorrow? Do you expect 9% plus? Big downs on SPY and GME? Yeah, we could see that. And, you know, we could be seeing them waiting for that macro data to come in and give them an edge so they can dump all their internalization before OPEX and they can, you know, short the price of the stock down. The next 3 days are really going to be very critical for my bullishness going into next week. Jimmy gap down to Vega neutral. I don't think they're going to push it that hard down. That'd be kind of crazy. Why would Pulte do this? Can you show the technical difference between down downs and ouchie down downs? Yeah, the ouchie down downs. GFAT, you always come in here with the heaviest hitting questions, and they really mean a lot to me. The ouchie down downs are volume backed. The down downs are more just a slow drift to the negative. Assuming OPEX happens, what do you anticipate our run going to? Like $50, give or take a bit? I mean, Gamma Max at 169 right now. Depending on how much call volume falls off the chain on Friday, we could see that drop or rise, but 16 to $17 beyond that, conservatively. Thanks for going super in depth on the mechanics of the market. Can't believe how much I've learned. Eat that, high school English teacher. Yeah, fuck that bitch. I can be Green's move version for the big ups. No. Perhaps MM wants to mitigate risk due to split volatility, so they're properly hedging calls for once. Yeah, I think that's a possibility. If the same FTD run happened for GME as NVIDIA and Tesla, which month for OPEX would that be? September? August, September? Maybe, no, hold on. Yeah. September, October, hold on. Let me think about the timing. 3 plus 3 5. I think that goes. Yeah, I think it's September OPEX. Doing the stream late. So the reason we're going up is because some smaller funds are recalling early. That movement earlier looked like maybe a recall. Like this one. This just steady covering. And then that kind of just right, like the volume just died immediately as soon as they hit whatever they were trying to cover. I don't think this was just like bullish buy-in, right? It just looked like some covering. It was inverse to, you know, the SPY movement at the time. I think the SPY was flat here and GameStop just rose. So yeah, this did look like some covering. This may still be some. This may also be some upside hedging. We're really still pushing up though. Going up with the SPY, but not down with it. Have you done a health check on JFresh? I'm sure he's okay. I think we hit 5 million volume today. Not right now. I mean, we're not on track to hit 5 million volume today. This is on modest volume too. So weird. Yeah, it's on very modest volume. You say you to follow price action with your stops. How often are you modifying your stops on a run? So when I hit resistance, right? Like say here, this test of the resistance, and then I get, you know, my volatility like wick. You know, I'm probably setting my stop down here, my limit like a little further down, right? Now, if this breaks up, I'm not really changing this, right? I'm just going to wait until it hits its next resistance and I can find, and then, you know, I'll adjust higher. So, you know, maybe then I'll set my stop here and my limit here, right? So, you know, I'll wait for it to hit a consolidation point before moving my stop up. For other trades, and I don't use this on GME because it fucking always stops me out of my position. Other trades, I have kind of like a, I guess it's like a algorithm for IBKR that adjusts based on the volume. But it's super unreliable on GameStop because the volume's so low. But basically, when I set the stop, what it does is like if volume increases, it tightens the stop up, and that way, you know, if volume is increasing and it's gonna shoot down, my stop's right there, and then if it shoots up, my stop can just trail, right? SPY breaking up. We're going shirtless after hitting 140? No, I don't think so. 145 would be a significant break today. AMC going up alongside GME. I don't see how is anything's GME specific like a recall. Same volume trend on AMC? No, not really. What time was that? There's volume there, but 10:50 to 11. 10:50. Well, a little. So theirs starts a little later. Goes a little longer. Same relative increase in price. So it may be like ET and ETF covering that they're both in. AMC's in the Russell 1000 now. And I don't think it'd be unusual for someone to be short on one and also short the other. I don't know if that really tells us much. What an explanation for today's price action. Does this affect OPEX or is it pre-hedging of sort? I think most of today's price action is driven by active funds. I mean, our moves to the upside are stronger because, you know, longs have control of the options chain. We're way above gamma neutral, right? They're not properly hedging BBBY. That's a whole different story. I'm talking about GameStop, not Bobby. Any correlation with me being poor and the shareholders meeting getting pushed previously. Maybe. I had a Moderna booster, made me unwell. Recommend taking the next day off, feeling better. How do you set that in regards to options pricing? The numbers are different. It calculates it automatically. You know, options have charts too. Holy Saber. A stop is a market order, a limit is a limit order. I'm sussing on this run. I don't like it and I don't trust it. I agree. What GME price do you chase? I don't know. IV's not really going up a lot. It's interesting. Something else I don't like about this. Let me take a look at something here. Call buying. Looks like call buying's picking up quite a lot. Ooh, better calls too. July 22nd, 140s. Mostly professional orders. That's what I'm talking about. Still so many fucking weeklies, man. Less, but still a lot. Hmm. Let's see. $140 is an important resistance. Sounds good. 0.12 delta? Jesus Christ, these are being priced high. 9.09 Vega. 20s, I don't mind. Sorry. Did I miss one? Sorry. 1 second. Volume is pathetic. Wouldn't take much to drill this right back down on the back of some poor CPI tomorrow. I know. That's why I'm not trying to buy anything that's like very delta sensitive. Is low volume client indicative of a share recall before a dividend split? I don't think so. I think we're just moving up in relation to like the SPY moving up. Like a lot of this like last run, I think was just this. Like from here. I think from here to here is just active fund pressure. So, Stefan, remember right now we're moving up on like active fund buying. We're moving up like 6x. And then on active fund selling, they're just clearing it with internalization. So we're just stabilizing. And then we move up 6x again. Like, that's the effect we're seeing. How violent would a recall be? Depends on the time frame it took place in. They're just letting retail slowly pump themselves. Yeah. Fuck this. This is some shorting. Or someone sold off. Why internalize the sell pressure from active funds to keep us from going up 6x? Look at how gappy this is. Well, it's actually not that gappy. Our volume's actually pretty consistent. Was it worse yesterday? No. Interesting. I would have thought that would have been a lot more gappy. Yeah, there's just enough volume. These candles are like 20k, 13k, 20k, 24k, 15k. That's interesting. Always assume they can kick the can. Yeah, absolutely. You should always be putting risk management first and foremost. If it's shorting, at least we know they still care. That's true. If you look at it on the 30-minute, the volume is actually really bullish. Yeah, it's increasing. Are you happy about gappy? It's interesting that we're not seeing a lot of gapping, actually. Usually we have more gaps than that. Like little shitty ones, but tons of them. So taking profits at 25%. I'm setting stop losses. I like this way a lot better. Yeah, that's a good way to manage it. That's how you learn to start following trends. BBBY is very interesting, but nothing. I don't think anything important's going to happen on it till Friday. It's climbing up. It's good. I think these I can position better on. These are at a shitty price. Ugh, so risky though. We bounce off the EMA 30 here. Maybe I'll wait. Fuck, that was unimpressive. The most delta sensitive contracts closest to 0.5, right? Yeah. Well, I mean, even higher than 0.5 would be even more delta sensitive, right? A contract that's 0.99 just behaves like the underlying. Like it's almost identical to the movement of the underlying stock. 0.5 would be like half of that, right? What's max paying currently on GME? It's like 130, but it's also irrelevant. Not seeing any yapping. Speak for yourself. I'm watching the SEC playlist on Pornhub on my other screen. Nice. Thoughts on BA action today? BA action? Like the ticker? Boeing? Oh, it's having a good one. I have no idea why, but cool. They have earnings coming up or something? No. Just climbing up hard. Value. Defense contractors. Shitty market. There's a lot of reasons it could be running. I don't know why specifically it's running so hard today. Took a nice 135 scalp, 3.4 to 8. Thanks for all you've done to help us grow as traders. You're the GOAT. Congrats, man. When you do a trailing, is on bid, mid, or ask? Fucking, it doesn't matter. Mid, usually. But it's... The only time that matters is if you're in, like, really illiquid strikes, where there's a wide spread. The closer to zero delta is the least delta sensitive? Yes. Which is less affected by IV spikes? False. So the closer to zero delta, the less sensitive is to price change in the underlying. Generally, the more sensitive it is to IV spikes or drops. Well, depending on how far out it is. So you can find contracts that are... all right, so you're correct, sort of, but you're using delta in the wrong place. So delta is sensitivity to change in the underlying price. Vega is sensitivity to change in IV, right? So at the money contracts generally have the highest Vega, but the lowest shift in implied volatility. Because you're at the bottom of the smile, like the IV smile, right? So this is at the money. And changes in IV are exacerbated on the ends. So, you know, like a 10% bump in IV here could be like 100% over here. SLD is tomorrow night? Tomorrow, yeah, it's tomorrow. Ooh, we failed to the 30. I don't like that. I have no idea what the current DN, GM, and GM are for Bobby. I don't really track them. I dumped the 180s because I think I can get them for cheaper. I might dump the 160s too. Or the 200s, rather. You know what? I'll hold the 200s. That way I maintain exposure in case something weird happens. What's that MOASS over? That wasn't MOASS. We just went up $16 or $14 on fucking no volume. What dates were the 180s? August? This is why you said CCs were a bad idea this week? Yeah? Yeah. Um, this and the fact that they need liquidity, right? I think they're in like a bit of a liquidity crunch. So, you know, right when your cover call goes in the money, you can see it exercised. So I think that the risk, yeah, the risk on covered calls this week was huge. Would it be at the money? It'd probably be like, if I had to just play one call and one call only, it'd probably be like point. Right now, I wouldn't even probably buy it. I would wait. IV just bumped. Jesus, I need some 950s in this account. Hold on. I need to watch IV. Yeah, I'll buy some for fucking whatever. Just give me some. Bill, you bitch. Jesus. Well, I'm buying them like I was skating back and forth between the like in between the mid and the bid to try to fill them all. So I got them a little cheap than like mid. It's pricing them at mid, but where would they need to drop the price to burn a chunk of July 15 calls? What CPI number do we need for the SPY to tank tomorrow? I think greater than 9% tomorrow is going to see some downside. Don't forget that inflation will price in probably first before we see a downside. So CPI data, right? And then they price in the new rate of inflation and then down, right? That's how it usually goes when we see these interest rate bumps or these inflation rate bumps. Then SLD for, the next 2 days. SPY climbing, putting a little pressure on us again. Volume's not crazy strong, but it's decent. That was a big buy, 140,000, 30,000. Best time to buy SPY puts for the SPY. So after close, tomorrow, a bit after open. Probably today. What's your RSI setting? 14 and 6. It's bullshit though. I'm not using it right now. It doesn't matter. I feel like I'm missing out waiting, but forcing myself to be calm as we should see some opportunity Wednesday, Friday. That's the plan. So you either get it for cheaper or you pay a lot more for it, right? That's how options entries always work. Either you're right and you save some money, or you're wrong and you lose some money. Or you have to spend more, I guess. Do you think May OPEX could be obligations from April and May together? As April has a holiday on the OPEX day. Do you think May OPEX could be obligations from April and May? Yeah, April I think got deferred. So I think we saw Feb get deferred. I think we saw April get deferred. I think we're going to see June get deferred. So April, May probably would have been kind of inconsequential separately, but together they represented quite a lot. Can you explain the comment you made to Turd earlier? They're rolling July 15s. Should be a good thing. Thanks. I mean, it's a good sign to see them moving puts on XRT around this time. It means that they're compounding obligations further out, right? Quick question, if there's a likelihood of a run next week, still, would it be almost better to buy contracts with less theta and try to capitalize on more Vega-sensitive contracts? Or too risky? It's super risky, and then, you're also, if you're trying to capitalize on Vega in the short term, right, you're buying, very close to the money contracts versus, trying to be delta insensitive, right? So if you're trying to remove delta sensitivity from the picture but you want Vega sensitivity, right? Because, both of those are highest, well, delta's higher at the money and Vega's also higher at the money. Then you need to buy like very far dated calls that are very far out of the money. because they have more Vega. Like, they don't have as much Vega as an at the money call would, but they have more Vega, and they have almost no delta. Do you ever use ADL? No. What's the settlement cycle? T+3, or it's T for ETFs. It's T+2 plus 35C plus 3 plus 13 if it's on threshold. That's only if it's on threshold. Otherwise, it's T plus 6 plus 35C plus 3. I'm trying to find. Hold on. I found something. Why is this SPY breaking up? You're like way too zoomed in, dude. You gotta look at this like further out. The SPY's staying in like a fairly relative range. If the SPY, even if it breaks up into this, it's not like a big deal, right? we CPI and SLD are tomorrow. And mostly it dropped and it rose, and I can see it hitting a limit in this range, like from where it's trading right now. So like maybe another retest of 385, but then it can just come back down again. Like it's not really doing anything impressive. It's not, you know, breaking out of its trend or anything like that. I'm shirtless. Guybrush for MOASS. Too soon, JC. Put your shirt back on. As delta increases, contract price improves. Is there a way to quickly calculate the additional delta and therefore price improvement quickly? Quickly? Like how quickly? No. I mean, you can use an options calculator. Download a Black-Scholes calculator and Black-Scholes isn't really a good representation though, because it's for European options. So I'm gonna get rid of the order section under my chart on my WeBull. Can you figure out how to replace it? I think you go to like add widget at the top, and then you put in order entry. Like you select the order entry widget, and then you just drag it back to where you had it. If there's a likelihood of a run next week, would it still be almost better to buy contracts with less theta? Okay, answered that. Bid-ask spread on Jan 23 950s got extremely tight over the last few minutes. It should be pretty tight anyway. There's a huge amount of OI on that contract. Thinking many are repositioning shorts puts for tomorrow? No. We'll see. I should really just take my profits on my Amazon position. So free up some capital. They're up reasonably. I'm just being greedy at this point. Yeah, I'll be greedy another couple days. Fuck it. Congrats on us, Garrick. 13 months of this bullshit. Haven't had time to check in lately. How are we feeling for July? Slowly becoming more turgid. Anbergs. But it's warm here. I don't care. No, Vogel-Vana splits are still extremely unlikely. Sorry, I'm still trying to catch up on chat. It's kind of crazy. Yep, 14 months. Don't worry, JC. Guybrush will make his appearance when it is time for him to make his appearance, right? We don't want him working too hard on the days where he doesn't need to. You spoke on options charts. Do you mind showing how to find and interpret them? They're just like any other chart. Right? Like just fucking it's got prices. Prices relative to the price of the underlying. You know. It's just like anything else. 5 minute, 2 minute, 30 minute, 1 hour. Yeah, you can see what it looked like in March. What contract is this? 400? Dude, these fucking rocketed. Holy shit. $5 to $30? They 6x'd? It's kind of fucking impressive. Just buying one put every time the SPY tests 385. Which date are they moving their XRT obligations to? I don't know yet. We'll have to wait. Are you buying puts now? Seems like a hard rejection off 140. No. Still not really confident in more downside today. Like, not hard, like, not like a hard move down. So trying to make me sweat to death before MOASS makes me richer than you. You wish. Would you ever let us know if RC or DFE gave you a nod? Not unless they did it publicly. You're much more conservative in the animations these days. Inflation. No, just I'm doing other shit. Remember when I first started the stream, I wasn't trading, right? I'd stopped trading entirely. Now I have like 2 other fucking brokerages open. I don't have time to doodle pickles on the screen for your entertainment. Someone sell 1.8 million of $10 Jan 23 puts on BBBY? Maybe, or they bought them. Gen 24s have lower delta now than a 127, for example. Gen 24 what? Lower delta now than at 127? Far out of the money contracts should have like no delta. They're far out of the money. Are any options charts useful? Oh yeah, they're super useful. Data is always a good thing to have extra of. Am I hearing they are moving puts, so can kick and nothing for July now? Is that what you're saying? Who's moving puts? No, they're rolling the puts in XRT. That's a good sign. That's what we want to see, Poker Degen. That's what they do before OPEX runs. Is they start moving the put positions out. Jesus. I feel great. I was bussing while everyone was sussing, and now for a brief moment, we all get to be bussing together. Take this, and everybody, these times of exuberance are precious. I demand pickles. Not today, Darth. What happened to your cookies hat? Oh, it's like over here somewhere. Why? Did they roll XRT puts in June? I don't really think we saw a lot of rolling of them. I think that we saw a few roll, and then we just saw them kind of disappear, and nothing came of them because they deferred the shit out of it. Probably. We saw puts rolled and closed in May. We saw puts rolled and closed in March. We saw puts rolled and closed in Fab. So, I mean, it's good to see them rolled and rolled. Hopefully we see some close. In before ouchie downs through end of week. That's kind of how I'm feeling too, Dunkston. Just fucking gobble up all this like bullish premium. Then cover. I'm seeing so much anti-NFT sentiment on Reddit. I think some of that's just like kind of disappointment, right? It's not really. Yeah, maybe it is. I don't know. NFTs were already kind of like a hotly debated topic, and now they're just more popular. Like the GameStop thing has just caused more discussion on it. The far out of the money Gen 24 is at a higher delta this morning when the price was 127, for example. The 500s are 0.3, now 0.92, 0.29. But pretty much all the strikes are down 0.1 or more since the price was 127. Interesting. That's weird. I mean, I think what you're seeing is they were probably up during the move up, and on the rejection, you're seeing the market maker price them down as, you know, the odds of them going into the money are significantly lower. I'm not ignoring you. Well, I mean, I'm ignoring you, Darth, but I wasn't ignoring Carl. Before we know it, you're going to be moving to the Midwest. I mean, that would just mean me moving anywhere, right? It's disappointing that they all they had on the marketplace is pictures at launch. I mean, I feel like that's what everyone expected, right? It's been 9 months. Like, what the fuck? Did you thought they were gonna have like in-game items and shit? There's no games. Like shitty indie games, but no one cares about that. The sub limit question: stop 7, limit 6.5, bid 670, last 685. Why hasn't it executed? Since the bid is between my stop and limit, shouldn't it work? Well, no, because the ask would have to, there has to be someone to sell it to, right? You need a buyer. So if the bid's lower, are you on Fidelity? Because sometimes, so if you're on Fidelity, somebody stop 7, limit 655, bid at 670. Yeah, if you're on Fidelity, okay, so if you're on Fidelity, you might be, uh, they kind of like price improve your stop limit, which can delay the filling of it. If I buy you a ticket, would you ride the sus bus with me? The sus bus is bussin', so it would be for real, no cap on God. Thanks, let me know. Um, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the sus bus right now. I like our current price action. It's kind of bullish. Yeah, probably because the SPY is climbing. October 21 through 90 seem like they'd be might be a more profitable play than Jan 950s. Yeah, they could be. No, you're correct. It's a more delta sensitive contract with roughly the same amount of Vega. But that can be good and bad, right? Like if you know, if we don't realize a lot of upward price movement, their price improvement may be minimal, right? Because you have that, or if they tank us hard and you buy them now and they tank us hard, you're more sensitive to that drop, right? The beauty of the 950 is like, you know, if we drop to 120 right now, you know, they're still going to be worth roughly the same amount of money. A little less, but not a lot less. If we drop to 120 right now, the 390s are going to go down quite a bit. This is just an uptrend. Pretty consistent. It had a little breakout. And it's kind of fell through a bit. I guess it didn't. I mean, if you go out to the outer edge of it. I'm not going to launch an entire arsenal of NFT capabilities right out of the gate. Even the technology itself is still in its infancy, and people's understanding of it even worse than that. You know, it's gonna take years. I mean, at least they're early to market. You know that they've got something going on. They've generated a revenue stream. That's a positive. And it's a low overhead revenue stream, right? It's mostly hands off except for development. And as you know, more opportunities become available in the NFT space, then you know there can be better use. Well, as more and more use cases come up for you know digital ownership in the blockchain, then you know they can expand that platform. You know, the first fucking iPod wasn't touchscreen, right? It takes time. It was pretty fucking simple. SLDs tomorrow, yes, I know. Economic data comes out before market open tomorrow. I believe at 8:30. I'm bullish on NFTs future use cases. I think right now they're a pile of shit. But I think in the future they have a lot of potential. No, dude, you don't get it. I want to pay 20K for an online Garbage Pail Kid card and $33 for a single song by an unknown artist. Sometimes you just need to launder money, turd. Yeah, I'm still kind of unconvinced about IMX. I have pretty good confidence in like Loopring, but IMX seems like a steaming pile of dog shit. I don't think they're capable of anything they say they're capable of. And I think GameStop just needed something that would be market ready quickly, but I think their intention is to develop on the backbone of like F layer 2 and Loopring. I think it's just going to take a lot of time and they need something to fill the gap, and IMX is doing that. And GameStop makes some money on the deal, so win-win. At the money VIX call 719 seem mispriced at 150 with CPI and SLD in the same week. I know the expiry is super close, but VIX does move a lot on CPI. 719 mispriced? How mispriced? Ooh. July 20, you mean? 26? Last 153? Yeah, these are kind of cheap. Hmm. Actually, I like that deal. How much did I sell full bull for? 500K or a million? Am I just way underpricing it? At least 15 million minimum. 0% chance RC went all in on JPEGs. Yeah, I don't think so. I think they needed to put something out to show A, that they could, right? That they are moving into the tech space and away from, just being a brick and mortar retailer. And I think they did that in a year, which is really impressive turnaround time. Less than a year, really. When does the OPEX window close? Um, uh, the 20th. The settlement windows, the 20th. 18th, 19th, 20th. Sorry, I don't have a calendar in front of me right now. I was trying to remember. I'm on IBKR. Does the bid represent my buy order? So that if I punch in a sell order at that price, it would immediately fill? Yeah. But if no one sells a contract, you're not going to get a fill, right? Even if your stop is triggered. The floor for full bull is 65 quadrillion. Everything else is price anchoring. It's filled now. Okay. Yeah, remember, as soon as your stop triggers, your limit order is placed, right? For some reason, I thought the IMX coins are going to be the currency used on the marketplace, but I guess it's just F. I mean, that makes sense, but probably have been reading too much super stock. Yeah, I think so. Also, to cut off the competition of OpenSea and Coinbase, remove revenue streams. RC cannot stand by and let Adam Aaron have all of the NFT fun. It's because it's low volume price appreciation. If you wait until GME is trading flat and IV is low, then buy far dated puts and calls. Is that guaranteed money? Not necessarily. Like if you buy far dated puts at the bottom, it runs and then drops back to the bottom, you'll still have a bunch of far dated puts that are worth less. Like you'll sell your calls for a profit, but you could have effectively had the same thing just buying calls, right? What's the use of a stop? Because it does it automatically. You can just, yeah, you can just set a limit price and then wait and trigger the order. I've told people this before, especially people who don't have stops on their brokers. You can just set a limit order and don't like just set it up, but don't place it. And then, watch the price, and then, if it drops, you just place your limit order. Harder to do though, and more exposed to psychology. Why over 10K margin required to buy 2 VIX calls? I have no idea. I just bought like 4 of them. I don't have any margin on this account. SPY moving red again, breaking down through VWAP. We'll see if this has any relevant effect on GameStop. Give me 1 minute, guys. I'm gonna, I don't know. I'll be right back. Yep. Yeah, just short Paramount. SPY goes up on low volume, SPY comes down on low volume. Which do you trust more? Neither. You have to eat all the chocolate chips off the outside of it before you can actually enjoy the ice cream sandwich. Those are the rules. I'll make them. Do you think we can get 200 pre-split? Maybe. That'd be cool. What do you think of this $5 price as an entry for BBBY shares? As somebody with a $13 cost basis, I feel like it's very good. If they don't go out of business. Yep, bar rates up. Isn't the dividend date already over for the TLP thing? Have you still been rowing? I've been going to the gym. I'll be honest, I've been using my rowing machine a lot. I went to the gym like 3 days last week. I don't think I've taken a bath since I was like a sit in the tub bath since I was like 22. It's weird to soak in your own dirt. Do you have a concept rower? Yeah, I think that's what it is. I saw a clip from a year ago and you gained at least 75 American units in a year. I don't know if that's accurate. I moved from baths to showers in my 20s too. So much alike, me and you, JC. I thought you were 22, 24. Well, thank you. I sent you an incredible photo from the James Webb Telescope. Nice. Man, this is fucking bearish as shit. Yeah, I mean, they're probably using this to dump internalization. Notice how, like, when that happens, like, our volume just fucking stops. It's not that nothing's happening. It's that they're satisfying all of the sell orders with previously internalized buy orders. They're way too expensive. I think they were on sale when I bought mine. It was like 20% off or something. So it was like, I mean, it wasn't cheap. It was like $800. I have a Profitec Pro 600. It's the vaping that makes him look like he's in his 20s. Yeah. Well, propylene glycol is a preservative, right? So well, I'm in a trial run at a new gym that's less douchey. So far, it's kind of cool. I go there, there's no one else there. That's how I like it. I mean, once they're done internalizing, if the market goes down tomorrow, we'll get shorted. If the market goes down on volume, we'll get shorted, yeah. Because they'll be able to clear the internalization faster, right? No, I don't. What's the hoot? Do you think ETF FTD will be significant starting Friday or next Monday? ETF FTDs are going to start to pick up starting tomorrow. There's still some overlap, but no, I went to Equinox before and it was full of fucking assholes. I didn't take you for a gym person. Shill. Yeah. Luigi Gherkafini, age 35. How much do you deadlift? Oh, right now I'm like not very strong. Like 185, 200. I haven't been to the gym and like lifted weights at a gym in fucking years. I can barely move my legs today. Like gimpy legs. Oh, and I did curls, so I have like that T-Rex thing where like it hurts to extend my arms too far. It's the worst. Hire me, I'm a personal trainer. I don't want to be trained. Thank you though. I'm starting off easy. Yeah, I don't know why. The calves are just, I don't need to do any work on them. They just stay this way. Yeah, that's right, Chicken Tender Daddy. It is a new VWAP hat. Why lift? Women are attracted to rich guys because I want to live through my my silver fox phase, and like I'm getting old enough that I need to get buff before I hit that stride, right? So like I've been planning this for years. So like 6 pack by 40. Then I start taking HGH, right? Get it to like an 8 pack by like 42, 43, and then just fucking ride out the next 12, 13 years. Just like old hot guy, right? The perfect target for daddy issues. Yeah, no, I'll get like a midlife crisis car. Yeah, old, hot, and rich. It's the perfect combo. Oh, cool stuff. Yeah, I'll check it out. Yeah, I can stop eating ice cream sandwiches at any time. I don't have like a big attachment to them. I don't diet because I don't want to, not because I can't. I can. No, young, hot, and rich is boring. I'll stream for you. You trade my port. GME is trading above TWAP. Why are you trying to make me so bullish, Dork? Let's not kid ourselves. We all know you'll be streaming at 65, waiting for MOASS like everyone else. I will grow old with you. Thanks, Super Hot Kitty. You gonna move to Miami too? No. Just roaming the earth as Tony Robbins of stonks. I thought I was the only guy with that plan. I need the rich part, then off to divorce court. Should probably do the rich part after divorce court, honestly, like if that's the game. Got my 950 sniped on IV, sold a 20% profit out of nowhere. Cool. Right? Like that doesn't seem like a bad deal. Has your hypothesis changed from Billionaire Stream Sunday? No, I'm still being pretty patient. What's a midlife crisis car? I don't know, something with 2 doors that makes noise. Ferrari? Ferrari's like a good midlife crisis car, right? Lamborghinis are a younger man's vehicle. Or a Porsche. Something more refined, you know? Did you find a gray hair? Is that what this is about? No. Not yet. Soon. Industrial freezes your living room. Would disagree with that statement. There was a shortage, Grim 2. About 132 puts this morning, thinking that would be the top. Okay. Then you sold them? Average down when it hit 139. Oh. Yeah, homeless by Friday. Odds on all the MOASS business being wrapped around by 3:30 today. I'd like to be independently wealthy before I need to ride the bus this afternoon. Is this FTD's FOMO or just them rolling the puts? This might have been some put rolling. It hit AMD or AMC too, so that might have been put rolling. If we MOASS, wouldn't a single share be worth the same both before and after the split? That'd be awesome. A good midlife crisis car would be a 1992 Honda Civic that you're driving because you're having a financial crisis midlife. There's a new Countach? Ooh. What's up, Graybrush? Graybush? You could do the Midwest midlife crisis and grab yourself a 6-cylinder Mustang convertible. I would never buy a Ford. Ever. Well, hold on. I'd buy an old Ford. Is your price target for MOASS updated at all? What price target for MOASS? Are we thinking we'll see a better entry point for calls in the next couple days? Maybe. Also, on a more personal note, does your rugged handsomeness know no bounds? It doesn't. Thank you, Barodactyl. Buy yourself a mustache ride from Trash Dan. I don't have a Prius truth state. I do have a hybrid. You wouldn't take an F-150 Lightning Raptor if someone gave it to you? Of course I would, but I'd sell it. Right? Like immediately. I wouldn't drive it or own it for any period of time longer than it took for me to sell it. What an embarrassing car to drive around. You know, you could just put a bumper sticker on a regular vehicle that says, I have a super tiny penis. Just bop right there on the bumper. And then you don't need to spend all that money on a giant track. Do you think asking the stupidest questions I come up with so my mostly intellectually stunted impulses get checked and corrected is a proper way to approach the stream? Yeah, I suppose. If you feel like it's helping you. That hit home, not the truck part. You can get anything made into a bumper sticker. But how will you hog up the neighborhood parking spaces at the grocery store? I don't just park sideways. I have the Raptor and the sticker. Congratulations, Mike buys leaps. Unless you do manual labor that requires it or constant hauling, trucks are trash. Yeah. Dream car? Oh. Hmm. Tough. Skyline R33? Can I have two? A 65 Shelby GT350? I would never get on a fucking motorcycle. Is Kenny lubing up right now? I don't know. I just don't trust it, you know? It looks good. Do you disguise yourself somewhat? Yeah, I mean, I take the mask off and then nobody knows it's me. We're expecting more active fund pressure this week. Seems like a good time to buy. We're expecting it to the downside a bit. Surprised you didn't say Toyota Supra with all the Vin Diesel vibes you give off. I had a Toyota Supra when I was younger. It was awesome. But I'm over it. Are you into watches? Not really. No, I wasn't rich. I got it. It was a salvage and I rebuilt it. Why haven't we been able to surpass 20,000 subscriber level? I mean, with all the gifted subs, we should be nearing it. I don't know. Probably because the people watching the channel don't subscribe. It has nothing to do with gifted subs, right? You still have to subscribe. Like, they have to hit the subscribe button. Give us your car history. Now I'm curious. I'll start. OO Sebring, 99 Eclipse, 2019 WRX. All right, so it went Dodge Dart, Toyota Camry, '98. This was like an '87 or some shit. No, it wasn't a Dodge Dart. It was a fucking. It was a Colt. I don't know who the fuck made it. Actually, I don't know who makes those. Yeah, it was a Colt, wasn't it? I didn't have it very long. It broke down like 4 weeks after I bought it. Toyota Camry, Toyota Celica, convertible. This was like a 97. Then Toyota Supra. What do I have after that? It was a Pontiac. Piece of shit. I don't remember what it was. It was like a 93. Then I had my first like new car I ever bought, which was a Scion XA. Then I had a 94 Jeep Cherokee, the 4.0. Then a 2014 FJ Cruiser. (2016) BMW 330i. I had a 2003 Mercedes. What was that? It was a 550 S550 AMG. And then my current car, which I'm not telling you what it is. Oh, at some point in there, I had a Mercedes E320 also. I had a 2002 M3, sort of. So my friend sold it to me, and then he wanted it back. So I had it for like 3 months. It was like a really brief period of time, though. There's probably some in there that I'm forgetting. I owned a Prius at one point, but I can't remember where in the time frame that was. I think I bought it shortly after my BMW. But I sold it within like a year of buying it. I hope that wasn't your security answer for anything. No. God damn it, JFresh, the image isn't loading. I can't work under these conditions, man. There it goes. Literally all weeklies. What the fuck is going on? Bobby IV is rising fast. Not fast enough. Which car was the most fun to drive? Super or the BMW? Turns out DFE has been building up dry powder from selling CCs, and the ultimate degenerate gamble on weeklies once the stock split is announced. Do you ever put truck nuts on your Supra? No? I can see CPI slide in at 8.6 tomorrow morning and show softening. Hmm. I don't think so. I think it's too soon. I think 8.2. Yeah, it seems low. I think like 8, hopefully not higher. Did your Supra look like Paul Walker's from Fast and Furious? No. Sorry, Jeff the Poor. I forgot these milestone shots existed. Do you have a new Corolla? Have you seen the new Corolla GR that's coming out with 3-cylinder turbo, 300 horsepower, all-wheel drive? No? That's kind of crazy. The torque on that has to be like terrible, right? Priuses are actually surprisingly spacious. The BMW was really uncomfortable. Like it was like really narrow. Don't you have any graphics on the screen? I do. You guys ever just eat broccoli? Is that weird? Probably. No turd. I don't own a fucking PT Cruiser. GR86 or Supra? I don't know. Didn't they come out with a new Supra? What's the difference? That's disgusting. There's no new Supra. It's a BMW with a Toyota badge on it. Oh. Any chance for quick TA on IBM going long? You know, IBM's interesting because it's neither worth a lot of money nor worth less. So if you want to buy into something that's going to trade relatively flat for the next 10 years, that seems like a great buy. Price is a bit high, though. JFresh is getting attached in Discord right now. What does that mean? Why would I be scared of 140? All I have is calls. The GR86 is basically a Subaru. Oh. Who's a better trader, you or Andrew Momeney? I mean, he's a data scientist, so, you know. XRT is recharged, and they're still not shorting it. I think like 1,000 or 1,000,000 shares were redeemed yesterday. Yeah, well, 400,000 shares were redeemed or created yesterday, but they're not like using it heavily. It means ban JFresh. I can't ban JFresh. Look at you guys trying to turn into super stonkers and kill the DD writers. Mob mentality. Knock it off. When did you sell your 180 calls? Earlier. How do FTDs and CNS react to the split? They just keep going regardless of what happens with the stock. That's how CNS works. It's in the first word, continuous. So Ginger Ball's guy who's the shill. I know. Please end my suffering. What are your calls at, turd? I know they're still open. XRT creates 1 million shares and they're obligated to buy the underlying. When are they obligated to buy the underlying? Later? In our experience, by the next quarter? I'm telling you, once you put a pigeon wheel on the screen, we're gonna break 140. Are we? What's the SPY doing? I don't know about that. Unless we're gonna get some weird shit again, like we got earlier, a big burst of volume. Plot twist, J Fresh is a Crawford. No, he's definitely not Scottish. We can tell because he doesn't smell like haggis and sheep. I averaged down my August puts on this pump, and they're just sitting flat. For the love of God, GME, do something. Wouldn't come a dark pool dump later in the afternoon? Depends on how much is being internalized today. I think the market maker is kind of at neutral, so the market maker is not using dark pool dumps to cover their gamma exposure, right? It would have passed 160 if you had your old hat today. Wow. Jfresh touched my tail with his paw one time, then looked me straight in the eye, put his leg behind his head, and started licking himself. True story. You know what, Bob? Just go report it to HR. I don't care. Theta hurting weeklies with this consolidation, too. Yep. Didn't even play full bowl today. Because I'm not. It's like we're at like 2.69 million volume right now. Ban JFresh. Also, what's DN today? JFresh, I'm not going to ban you even if you request it. Just go in the Discord and console Cock Magic. He's probably very sad right now. Give him belly rubs. Power to the Puzzlers appears. I kind of love it. Interesting. Huh. Tomorrow should be market-wide ouchie down downs. Should be. We'll see. We need the CPI data to come in first, right? Do you think the reason we haven't run as high in the latest OPEX runs is because retail is smarter and buying closer to the money calls, causing GM to be significantly lower? Partially, yeah. JFresh for mod, ban Darth Dan. Thanks, fiscal stupidity. If I mod JFresh, he will ban Darth Dan. I mean, if CPI comes out at 10.2 tomorrow, we might just have a market crash. Cool, Chris S. No problem, man. Oh, nice. All right, cool. Can you mod JFresh, but Declaw has banning abilities? No, he'd probably find a way around it. The word is pragmatic, not bearish. Yeah. It goes into the assessment of actually modding someone. Literally nothing. My wife spent $200 on her usual $120 worth of groceries today. Shit's fucked. Are you just carb loading again, Carl? I want to see the DD on why I'm not a mod yet. I never wrote one. House buy deals canceled. Interesting. Yeah, I see the. It's compelling. Yeah, I mean, buyers are realizing that they may get a better price in a few months. That's one of your worst spelling mistakes. CPI is gonna be over 9. No one knows. It's not out yet. What's up, Zakir? Bastille Day. Tomorrow, the bull run of 22 begins. Don't forget that the SPY fucking tanked when GME fucking ran in January, right? Higher interest rates will balance it out. Yeah, that's why you wait for the interest rates to drop. So the market comes down, you wait for the Fed to pull back the rate, and then you buy. Don't worry. A couple quarters, the banks will be wanting to lend all that extra money on the cheap. I always thought it was Bastille Day. I thought that was the day you would finally wash Dave Lauer's hair. Unfortunately not, Ben. I think that may never come to pass. When we down, how far do you think we might drop? I don't know. I honestly don't know how much they've internalized at this point. Utilization's been up for like the last since June. It started coming up in June OPEX. It's been up for like a month, like elevated. Do you think we'll ever see market event close to as crazy as Jan 2021 meme stock craze? Sure. Will it be on GameStop? Not necessarily. Is that a bus? Like a small bus, Justin? I'm waiting for like B of A to announce an inflation calculation update. So Costco hot dogs are 80% of the weight in every basket, and we post 0.69% CPI. What's your theory on price action today? I mean, mostly we're just driving up with the market. Right? Market, but we're just not going down with the market is the difference. So we go up, but we don't go down. Let me get this straight. Rising bar rate historically, stocks see downs before splits. Historically, pre-OPEX downs. Poor CPI expected. SLD, MM's burning the July 15 calls. Bearish for the rest of the week. I'm more bearish after tomorrow, but today was a nice pop. If this comes back up to 384, we're going to test 140 again. Let's just do that forever. Stocks only go up. Right now, that's unusually true. No one gives a shit about the overnight RRP. All right? Sleep tech and value. Keep that shit to yourself. Yeah, there's like almost no increase in IV today. It's really small. I did not say we would halt into close today. End of day predictions? I don't know if we're going to break 140. Yep. The SPY's momentum died on the test of VWAP. Wait, it's coming back. It's okay. That's enough. We got there. Any idea on fractional shares plus Splividend? Just, god damn it, just buy a whole share. Why do people still have fractional shares at this point? Nobody can be that poor. Have 3 kids. That's your fault. Sell one. Then you can buy more stocks. Just pick the worst one. You know which one it is. With the put ruling on XRT, should we expect the VUPs like back when they rolled them a few weeks ago and we shot up to 150 before June OPEX? We could if they keep rolling them. You saw covered calls with kids as collateral? No. My kids got assigned. You know, theta affects children in much the same way that it affects options, right? Like, you know, when they're young, like 3, 4, they have all this theta, right? Tons of potential. You know, like the market maker is going to price these exceptionally high. But like 17, 18, you can already kind of tell it's going to be a worthless piece of shit, right? Like, there's very little theta left till adulthood. You kind of hope they can make it on their own at that point. You're not going to change anything, right? There's no fixing this contract. You ignored my free super chat. Last time we were about to break 140 to play full bull. Can we get it now? If we break resistance, I'll play it. I didn't ignore your super chat. I don't even see it. The last super chat was just somebody posting a bus. Do you think this is them covering early? No. Not enough volume. This is just active fund pressure. Delta hedging of absolute fuck tons of weeklies. That's it. We're just illiquid as shit. So an iron condor for children. Well, you'd buy like a teenager. Well, no, hold on. That would be a short iron condor. Iron condor, you would be like a middle schooler purchased. You'd you'd sell an equivalent middle schooler. two equivalents, and then you'd buy a fourth middle schooler. And then you would hope that they all get bachelor's degrees. Or two of them do. You'd hope that two of them are moderately successful. Within a range. Predefined range. Pigeon whale, pigeon whale. Thanks, Smack Factory. Another month? Let's fucking go. Fuck yeah, Lugs. Describe entropy swaps for children. Oh, you would sell an extremely successful child and buy some less successful ones in the hopes that they would achieve greater potential but less potential than the one you sold. And you would do this to hedge the already unsuccessful child that you have. Buying puts on your kids is like same as setting up a trust fund, right? Looks like I won't be getting any more Ko-Fis from you, Bipolar Bear. If you were down 95%, about 950 million, I presume, would you keep doing the stream for us kids? Maybe. See, I don't think JFresh was around back in January. Can you explain swaps in terms of kids? Yeah, it's like, you know, your neighbor likes your kid and you like your neighbor's kid. And then you would just switch and raise each other's children. Hopefully not a really weird way, because that sounds pretty weird. I finally understand entropy swaps. Well, super successful people that dropped out of high school or college are essentially like, well, they're basically like zero DTEs that print, right? Like they don't look like they have any potential, but then they end up having a lot of it. But the theta's all gone, right? So the potential has to come from realized improvement, not time. Who regulates entropy swaps? The CFTC? It's going all right. Checkmater Rob. Checkmate Rob. I finally I understand options. Which entity does Child Protective Services most closely relate to? Probably like the SEC or FINRA. Truth told, a lot of kids would like to trade their parents too, but they're stuck in most cases. Yeah, that's true. Most people probably who have kids maybe shouldn't. Not everyone's just like okay at being a parent. Petition for no full bill sign this week. Nothing good can come from price increases this week. I agree. How do you short a child? Uh, Probably just like let it watch TV and eat fast food. Tell me like I'm your brother. How much do you believe in MOASS? Like basically not at all. Why are price increases this bad? This week bad? You'll find out. Today's a pass due to active funds. We'll see. I mean, the SPY is still pushing up. See, I don't like this. The SPY is, in fact, not pushing up. Maybe it's gonna start. But GME's still fucking climbing. Nope, we broke resistance. Fuck it, let's go. VIX is up. VIX up, dicks up. I don't like this. I'm not prepared. You never could be. Oh, I averaged down calls earlier because they were cheaper than the price I bought them at. Me buying calls and DCAing into options positions is not like a fucking signal that I'm bullish. If anything, it's a signal that I'm not that bullish. Are these JFresh puts being sold? No, I think we kind of just... I don't know. I don't know if it was lag from this volume on the SPY that ultimately failed to be realized, or if this was just like a dark pool dump. The volume was pretty nice, though. It's a little early for that, right? It's not that I'm not bullish, or it's not that I'm bearish, right? It's just this is not what I want to see right now. Right now we're seeing things that are very, very bad historically. We're seeing a lot of improved price on the back of active fund pressure and weekly call hedging. And you can ask a lot of people how this turned out in June. Weekly calls aren't very good after Friday. There's a lot of power in the market maker side here to just fuck everyone. And I am cautious of that. No, I don't think we have enough volume for share recalls. Our volume's okay, but it's I don't think it's sufficient for share recalls. Like our delta volume for today. (83.3% of our volume today, which is a little less than usual, but still very high. And all of that floated on the back of like July 140s, 15 140s, and July 15 150s, July 15 120 125s. Like, I don't like it. They're not internalizing the sell, they're satisfying sells with buys. That's why we're not going down, right? So when the market drops, we're not dipping in equal proportion. Remember like 3 years ago when they decided to cut IV prices in half and fucked everyone? Still raw, feels like last week. It wasn't long ago. Is this OPEX covering? I don't think so. I think this is literally retail pump and dumping itself. I like that the VIX is going up. I know this is incomprehensible to you, but what if there is a decent amount of retail and institutional buy pressure into options and shares due to two very big announcements? Yeah, institutions don't buy weeklies. Like, unless it's like zero DTEs, like day of. And they just use those to fuck with the price, right? They don't really, they're not using them for anything besides like arbitrage plays. Is it possible to pre-hedge impacts? I mean, the most the market maker can do is go into it neutral, right? But yeah, it is random because there's asymptotic risk, especially on the final day, which would like cause deviations in the gamma hedge, and that's what leaves gamma exposure behind. Is they can't predict the volatility of gamma right at the expiration. We did inverse the SPY during Jan 21. We did. Believe me, that's in the back of my mind. Absolutely nailed VIX entry. I just felt they were too cheap. I may have bought too many with 47 of them. Enjoying the gains though. Yeah, that was a good call, man. Did you ever hit the lottery with the TA play? Yeah, a few times. I've had some really big plays on Tesla that were just basically TA. What was wilder about Jan 21? GME to 483 or Palantir to 44? Sometimes I kind of wish I'd sold my Palantir then. $37.6, 25,000. Thank you, Gecko. Geeko? Where do your resistance and support lines come from? The past? Low IV ups. I do agree, No Hero, that the lack of IV increasing is compelling. Because, well, that's because the volume isn't present, right? We're just inching up. It's just until next week, I'm not going to see anything to drive price action, like really drive it volumetrically. And with the market maker at neutral, you know, we're not seeing the short that so usually, you know, we see the big drop in the market maker exposure, and then that's going to snap back on the other side for OPEX, right? When all those puts are closed. But currently, it's just flat. So what's going to drive the velocity of price action? Obligations? Sure, but is that sufficient? And if the market maker is staying at true neutral, the obligation covering is, you know, volumetrically decent, but a neutral market maker won't have as much rollover exposure, right? And that leads to like a smaller breakout. Like, you know, a lot of the advantage in OPEX is that the market makers fucking, you know, got a constant, like this constant overlapping gamma exposure that they have to fucking bleed out. Gex? What Gex? Yeah, you just, yes. This is different than every other time. There could be effects from the split that we're not aware of yet. Yeah, that's true. It's definitely a period of time where there's a lot of information that, you know, retail just doesn't have access to, and it's unfortunate. I'm sticking with my thesis, you know, I'm buying calls slowly, but I don't like the market downturn potential tomorrow. So I'm with you on being super sus right now, especially after June OPEX. But what's to say this price action is completely independent from the coming OPEX? With all the news in the past week, perhaps this is just today's FOMO being dumped throughout the day from internalizing. Sure, but the internalization isn't that high, right? It's like above the moving average, but it's not crazy high. Like it's not like spiked up like it's been in previous OPEX scenarios. So, you know, yeah, they're internalizing some of the active buy pressure. But yeah, I don't think so. Little do you know, RC is buying 60 million shares as we speak. RC doesn't have enough to buy 60 million shares. How do you determine internalization levels? By utilization? And it's a It's a broader assumption, but it tends to track. Got puts at the peak. God damn it, turd. All right, I'll buy some more calls. You convinced me. Puts at close? I don't like that either. I don't think GameStop's going to move a lot in after hours. Seems reasonable they would let retail pump knowing they can short the dump at the end of the week, right? Yes. Especially with CPI tomorrow, there's great reason for panic coming up. I know. I'm very well aware. It is in fact what I am being cautious of right now. Well, price increase right now means that, the market maker is overbought, right? So, you know, they're going to sell off their hedge, not buy more come Friday. I think people are also forgetting that bank earnings are this week. I mean, to be fair, I expect those to be very good. Seems too similar to June. Really? I mean, the week before June, we just dropped, right? Like, June looked way better. Like, all the way into June OPEX, we were kind of dropping down. Or right here. And we climbed up a little on the 15th, which was Thursday, the Wednesday. Yeah, we climbed up a little Wednesday, flat Thursday, and then we started moving up Friday, right? That's when we moved up hard. Friday and Monday, which looked really good for OPEX, right? But we dropped pretty decently into like the week of OPEX expiration. And yeah, we moved up a little, but not a ton, right? We were staying below resistance, kind of just floating above like gamma neutral at the time. And then started to move up. And that looked promising. This is a little different, right? This is not the same. This is just like fucking up. We hit 114. Yeah, we did. 113. But this is way early. This started fucking last week. Now, sure, this is the split announcement, right? And there's like FOMO from that, but still. Let's fit in with Wyckoff. Yeah, it can. Hmm. Let's just still have that chart. If we break 149, fuck, if we break 145, then yes. 142 to 145. Why do you look bored? I don't know. Is there a way to set alerts on spikes and IV? The only way, and this is gonna sound super shitty, but the only way to see that market, like the way I called it in June before they tanked the IV, the only way to see that is by having Vega sensitive calls in large numbers. You know what? Have another bullish chart. Where does this go back to? The 6th? I don't feel like that's very useful. Oh, it's inverse, right? So, okay. You can't keep showing me one chart right side up and the other chart upside down. Can we get like a like a system in place here? Dork. What does it mean the price downtrends into a bullish looking falling wedge? It's usually not a good thing. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's logarithmic. Oh, okay, so it's... I get it. Jesus Christ. Is that even lower than it was earlier? Maybe they just can't short the stock, and I should just be dumping my whole port in. If we break 145, then 169. If we break 145, it gets pretty fucking interesting. Yeah, we're just inversing the fucking SPY now. No, I have like 40-ish contracts. I have some. I don't care if I miss the entry. I'd rather buy in when it's running if it's this uncertain. FTD full bull, play it. Hold on. FT +6 to deliver. You get the pigeon whale song? For what? Would there be any benefit for them waiting until CNS closes to crush it? I mean, if there's a lot of net short FTDs, then they can crush it after CNS closes, right? Because the pressure is to the buy side. I can only trade index options on the WeBull mobile app. You have to add the you have to, so for like VIX and SPX, you have to add the options tab. So you go over to the right and like I think you add widget and then select options. This reminds me of March 10, 21. What a weird date. This reminds me of November. A little bit. It's not all active funds. It's actually only 17% active funds. The rest of it's hedging of weekly call options. This is the current, like, you want to see weeklies? There. So these are the July 15 expiration calls today. These have likely gone up again. But look at the other calls. Like, they're barely rising. July 29s are picking up. We're picking up like a little bit of steam. Yeah, it's fucking disgusting. Oh, sorry. Here, I'll zoom out a little because you guys can't see that. Can I move? Say hello to Wall Street bets. Yeah. So this is why I don't trust this, right? And it's a damn good reason not to trust it. Don't get me wrong, a lot of those weeklies could get exercised at the end of the week, right? Especially if they're institutional. Giving them their shares next Tuesday, just in time for the split. What's not to trust? Get out before the dump. Sure. You bet on the frog, turd. I think we'll see if CPI comes in poor. If we see any pullback, then retail weeklies will likely sell out. Yeah, I think so, but I don't know how many of these are just retail. My SPY puts are green. Is that relevant? Yeah. Some recalling, the volume doesn't support it. So if there is share recalls going on right now, they're very, very small. They're not big ones, right? Or they're big ones being covered very, very slowly. I full ported into weeklies 4 minutes ago. Oops. DDS is down. I don't trust this. Exactly. Leave that super technical trend line. Well, we broke it when we traded flat. There was another one. Probably like, well, I don't like this. This was kind of extreme, but we move up to there. Oh, there's one. Yeah. That one's decent. Yeah, so we don't want to... Ooh. God, fuck you, Epic Pen. I feel like this support is critical. Nice, secure. Holding GME calls through SLD this week. The ones I have, I'm going to keep. I sold the 180s to buy them back. Hopefully tomorrow, cheaper. Because I feel like I overpaid for them a little bit anyway. Like at our low, they were down 23 or 24%. So I was like a little, they were a little more expensive than I wanted them at. It'll 950. It'll just be 950 divided by 4, man. You summarize the lemon slice indicator? We're bouncing. SPY going down hard. VIX is ripping. Real hard. I like this. I don't have a fucking neck tattoo. See, this is, see us not, just like not moving, and our volume's gone, and the SPY's just absolutely fucking tanking right now. This is dumping internalization. Look at our order book. See how it's just like fucking stagnant? This is how they dump internalization. Cetus killed the SPY. Cetus isn't over yet. And today we inverse it because internalization is high. So when they internalize, they create asymmetric risk, right? The risk diverges. If they're internalizing buy orders at, you know, like 120 and then 125 and then 130, and the price is climbing, so what they need to get rid of that is they need sell orders at the current price. So, you know, if someone sells at 140, they can match it with a buy at 120 and they can keep $20. The problem is no one's really selling except active funds. So the active funds buy and they internalize what they can, but it drives the price up. And then when the active funds sell, they try to offload some of it. Also, yeah, we broke below this, which is critical. What are they doing with the buy orders? They boof them. They boof them all up. They take them and instead of them hitting the lit exchange, they just go, here's a share. Fuck off. Right? And then they hold the order. Is this a market crash? I don't know. Maybe? If it is, I'm short the SPY right now, so, and SPX. I just capitulated in my port a little. There are 2,000 watching now. Hold SPY puts until tomorrow. What do you think? I'm probably going to keep them for a couple days. The question is it's going to fucking break below 380? Because that's kind of huge. Yeah, if it breaks down below 380, that's like a double top. It's bad. See, they're getting that sustained downward market movement. So they dumped a bunch of internalization, and now they're getting something to short into. See how our volume's going up? I was promised a soft landing. Are they crashing the SPY to unload their risk? Maybe. Quit educating us? Okay. Sorry, I've been hitting the like button twice every day, thinking I'm helping. This is why you didn't play full bull. Yeah. Yeah, I know it's all the indexes. I have them open. I actually did something smart. I used short-term GME puts to hedge my gains. My port is staying relatively flat. Smart. Yeah, that's the right way to handle it. Does this make you more bullish? We'll see. A little bit. When the YouTube Pi-Fi viewership indicator passes 2,000, negative divergence commences. It's so true. But this all goes back to you gotta be sus when others are bussing, right? Hold me, Gurk, I'm scared. Of what? We're fucking still up $8 on the day. Ooh, it's getting very close. That's the resistance right there. 380.70. That's the important one. The pressure is not abating. Now we've got some volume though, right? Fuck. How do we know if this is a crash? I mean, we don't. If it keeps plowing down, then it's probably a crash. Can you fill me in on what's going on? Using Ken dolls. Yeah, let me see what I can do here. Shit. There we go. And this is why Kens don't have penises. NFT this. I thought Kens don't have those parts because their middle name is Cordell. Well, that's why they have to steal other people's. Are people saying GME is a hedge to the market crash? Okay. They clearly know what they're talking about. Robinhood went ahead and told me about stock lending on my deactivated account. Well, at least they're letting you know. It's not like they're pretending they have shares that you've since removed from their brokerage, right? Right? Right, Dork? Or just the tiniest relief rally in the history of the world. I missed a Ko-Fi. I'm so sorry. Somebody knows CPI is going to be the nightmare fuel in the morning? Yeah, maybe. Or they're pricing it in advance. If you go down first, you can only go up, right? If I missed a super chat, I missed it. It's gone now. The chat has gapped down like the market. Dan Mogans. If it's your super chat, tell me what it said. I had $2 left in my trading account. I decided a 3:30p on the SPY for Friday was a good idea. This is why I don't have nice things. No, Darth, and don't say that in public. People are gonna get the wrong idea. Just made 1.5K on that spy drop. Feels good. Thanks, Pickle Man, for all the knowledge. You got it, man. You know, that's my indicator for buying puts, is when like super stonkers come in here and they're like, what now, Pickle Man? Fuck your puts, asshole. Then I double down. Then you crash the price. Chill. Yeah, I just sell half my port of GME. Just watch it tank. You're the reason we don't MOASS. Can you play 1/3 bull? I don't have that. People are still buying weekly calls at the ask. I know. I know, JFresh. What now, Pickle Man? Fuck your puts, bruh. Someone left me a message on my landline. Any advice on what I do? Tear it out of the wall. This isn't 1980. If you're an institution, have a ton of shares, can you load up on puts before you dump your shares? Basically forcing a price drop into your puts. Yes. That's what they do. Are you looking to get back into the August calls tomorrow or Thursday? Yeah. I always thought that all you need is one share was very shilly. Right? Like trying to limit people. It's like, oh, I'll just buy one and I'll be a millionaire. Things will be great. I always thought that was kind of fucking stupid too, but I mean, don't get me wrong, I feel for people who can't afford to buy more. Like that it sucks to be limited in the amount of money you can invest, but at the same time, like, you know, over time you could have accrued many more, and some people just sat on one, like, I'm good, this is all I need. Thanks for the entertainment. Do you have any Rex book sources to learn in depth about options, Greeks, etc.? Yeah, if you check out the subreddit, there's a wiki on the sidebar that has like the basic reading list. Thanks, Snail. How about America? With how America is going, we're all going to need landlines again because we're headed back to the 20s. I will say that this brief relief of bearish pressure was weak, and it looks like we could fall below 380 on this move. We'll see. Volume's a little lighter now, so maybe we just retest and stabilize. Never mind. Volume picked up. Fortunately, my home alarm requires a landline. Granted, the landline is via VoIP over my cable modem. Oh. No, this is what's gonna happen over the next 10 days. Can you sign this permission slip? I forgot to get my parents to sign it, and I want to make sure I'm allowed on this school field dip. Nice, Nesquik. CPI will come in shit, and SLD will start, and the SPY will fucking move down to like 370, 360, right? 366 low, and then Friday the banks will have stellar earnings because they've been trading the fuck out of this, right? And then Monday everything's gonna go up, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, it's the banks. Banks are doing great. Look at how strong our economy is with our great banks." Even though they're just going to be propped up by trading and increased interest rates. And just flush as fuck because they have all the capital that's inflating. And then, if GameStop runs, they'll just say nothing. They'll just be like, "Oh, it's moving with everything else. Like the rest of the market, it's perfectly normal." When's the GDP data come out? Next week, right? Thanks for the learning. Merry Christmas, Guybrush for MOASS, Stroopwafel ice cream sandwiches for all. May you all gain beautiful attendees in this bear market. Thank you, Sir David P. This is a big move because my VIX hedge is printing, and that shit's been bleeding theta for weeks. I feel like when you bail on your GME position to reposition on the VIX. Such a key level here. They're dumping internalization like crazy. Yep. What day could be the cheapest entry for GME shares? When we hit 113, like a week and a half ago? And I was like, wow, I can't believe they got us below 120. I mean, if we had an idea this was coming, they definitely had an idea this was coming, right? How many shares of GME can active funds have to sell? Well, insiders own what, like 13 million or some shit? And retail has like 12.7 that aren't being lent. So all the rest of them, plus any synthetics. Just press F4 for more shares. Exactly. You guys need to stop thinking in the, like, with that mindset that there's somehow a limited amount of available liquidity. It's not. Even in a liquidity crunch, there's still places to get liquidity. It can just be undesirable due to the expense. Like, they don't want to create synthetic shares that they're going to have to buy back even at the same price. They're in the business of making money. When they create synthetic shares, they're doing it because they're going to buy them back lower, right? So if they're creating synthetic shares here at 138, it's with the intention to buy them back at like 120. It's not with the intention to buy them back at 138, and they're definitely not fucking buying them back at like 139. No. So if these are possibilities, they're going to stay the fuck away from it. Now, if this is possible, they're going to gun it. Because that's, you know, that's a very nice profit, right? $18 a share. 60 days from now. Retail has over 15.4 million already. It's irrelevant. It creates volatility, makes our intraday liquidity really shitty, but they can still get liquidity, right? And it takes less volume to drop us. Since I helped get Visceral mod, it seems like the least he can do is to create us a song called Slightly Bullish. Yeah, seriously, Visceral. What the fuck, dude? School stock video on creating multiple WeBull accounts under aliases, DRSing the shares, consolidating them into a single account, and then transferring your Freeport to Fidelity. Curious. Why? Oh, interesting. Yeah, but you know they check your credentials when you open the account, right? It's not like starting up a Gmail. Held 380. Do you think the SPY will drop below 380 today? I don't know. Maybe. It's not looking particularly bullish right now, right? Are you wearing pants? Yeah. Not like real pants, like sweatpants, but pants. Why are you wearing pants? I don't know. Mod me quick. Is this so you can exact vengeance on all the people that were talking shit on your puts earlier? Synthetic pants? Yeah, probably. I don't know what they're made out of. Nope, SPY just broke 380. At 1.5 speed, you laugh like a dolphin. Dot, 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 dot. No. It feels like it. It feels like a vengeance play. I'm not going to facilitate your vengeance on the pores, J Fresh. You can do that by becoming a pigeon whale if we break below 120. Then you get the ultimate power of notifying them of things in the middle of the night. When does bank data come in? I think Friday after market close. Do I do VIX overnight, though? That's a tough question. This piece of shit is crashing so hard right now. So, you know, sometimes you're having a flat day. Sometimes you're down 120 fucking basis points in 30 minutes. You're gonna hold your SPY puts? Yeah, those are up at like 390. I'm definitely holding those. VIX is what? Touching 28 right now? Almost. Baba outperforming the market. I think my 380 would be in the money the day before CPI. No volatility here. Everything is clearly fine. Exactly. Thoughts on the SPY being down biggish, but GME not really being shorted with it. GME is coming down pretty hard right now, but yeah, we're not moving down at the same rate. I think they're still dumping internalization, right? Why did you close August 19th GME calls? Because they were green and they were about to be red. So I took my profits and then I'll buy them back because just because you've bought an option doesn't mean you're fucking married to it. You can just walk out. Like same with children, right? You know, it's just like I don't want you around anymore. You go buy cigarettes. Summon the plunge protection team. Good luck with that. You don't have all the rings. Sound like my dad. Is that what Elon did to Twitter? Yeah. Will you hold me now, Gurk? No. Beats watching 1500 in gains evaporate and hold until OPEX. Yeah, this is a bear market. You don't tie yourself into positions. And it's a hard habit to break after a bull market. Or you just like wait and eventually it goes up. If GME hits 50 billion market cap in the next year, will you get a bussin' Gen Z fade with top curls and do a literal hot tub stream? Yes. You think we'll close green? I don't know. There's not a lot of time left. We've got pretty far to drop. Yeah, I don't know if we'll lose 5% by close. That would require like a huge fucking sell off. Witnessed. Bobby's still hanging out at $5. Bobby's just walking in the room watching the world burn down around it. What if you're into tying yourself into positions? The options are a gateway drug into Findom and beyond. I don't understand the Findom thing. Is that just like you just want me to berate how badly you balance your checkbook? Managing options positions in a bear market is hard when you're working full time. Yeah. You need to set stops. You need to go take a shit every 15 minutes and readjust your stop losses. I was a Findom once. I was bad at it. My sub ghosted me. But he bought me shoes and gave me money for a while. Congratulations, Emma. Armpit smell? No. I took a shower this morning. I haven't done anything all day. How do you feel about the Google split? Same? I'm looking for an entry. I'm excited by the prospect of it, though. Just sold $5 SPY 385 for 70% profit. I'm considering a put re-entry tomorrow. I think I'll get a chance, maybe wait for an intraday high and then ride SLD down. Might not be a bad choice. Get some theta though for SLD. Plunge protection team member number 69. You give us frosted tips, we save the market. Deal? Nah. Crash the market and I can go drift off on my yacht. Fucking, I'll never get frosted tips. Counter offer. Did the SPY just bounce off GME's VWAP? Okay, none of that. Price target for VIX tomorrow? I don't know if I trust it with SLD and everything. Also, this big drop today is kind of nuts. Would you carry puts into next week if the market still shows weakness Thursday, Friday? Probably not. Maybe into like Monday morning at the latest, but probably not. Where would you place the likelihood of a share recall for Jimmy's split dividend? I mean, some shares will be recalled regardless, right? As far as like the big lenders recalling shares, pretty low, 20% maybe. Although with the market dropping, you know, risk goes up. A share that may not have once been recalled may be recalled in these environments. Hmm. Do you think the SPY was just joking? No. It seemed pretty serious about it. Right? Seller exhaustion tomorrow. Oh, not necessarily. I said that last Friday to Gaff and he called me dumb. I mean, he's not wrong. They have a lot of money, right? Like they don't necessarily give a shit. Um but they could. I mean, yeah, there's some increased level of risk. You assume though that they would have closed the position before they let risk get out of control, right? Check DMs. What do we got? No one's selling their GME calls. Everyone's holding on to their out of the money weeklies. That's fucking awesome for the market maker. They're not really risking anything, right? Their shares will be returned to them um in time, right? But they just continue to collect interest, which is all they care about. Yeah, I mean, I've talked to Gaff before about risk getting tightened up with the current market conditions. The problem is we're not like crashing, right? And so, while they're tightening risk a little bit, you have to presume that these positions are already very, very safe, right? Otherwise, primes would have closed them out when we dropped 40% since January. Or at least to the lenders, they appear very safe. That may not be true, though. The lenders thought the positions were pretty safe last January as well. Ooh, look at that volatility. Fuck. Exciting times. I love it when the VIX bumps on a green candle. I just got noticed your book recommendation is available for pickup. Perfect timing. Amazon Prime Day for the market? Yeah, Bezos didn't tell me he was giving me his own stock cheaper. This is the real Prime Day. I'm never gonna be able to work anywhere after this fucking stream. Just ordered options as a strategic investment. Why is it being shipping via freight? Oh, that sounds like you only got the study guide. If you'd gotten the actual book, they ship it on one of those wide load trucks. It takes about 38 days to arrive. Long enough. I actually had it delivered yesterday. I thought you were all joking about the size. You wanted options in a book. Figured it's better than buying 30 different books. I only have the study guide. Yeah, it's failed to deliver on T+2, so they get another 35 calendar days. bell to bell, right? How much theta do you give yourself on SPY puts? When I'm just trading it, like for short plays, like day intraday plays, I just buy like 1 or 2 DTE. Or I guess it's 0. Yeah, it's like 1 or 3 DTE. For swings, I buy, you know, just like I would any other option. Like, I think my SPY, I don't have them open right now, but my SPY and SPX options are, I believe, are for July 18th. That I bought like last week. They're way up. So I'm not worried about closing them out. Work all day. What did I miss? Small run up due to hype about the OpenSea clone and possible mini pre-split FOMO. Nothing then? Check. Yeah, there's a lot of people pumping the stock with weeklies and active fund pressure. But everyone got super bullish and thought it was MOASS, and then the market fell off a cliff. Curb stomp it with BlackRock, Girk. So if I buy a call or put, I can sell it without owning the underlying stock and make money? Yes, Dimitri. That is accurate. You guys only had to pay for the wide load trailer? They charged me extra because they said they needed a flag vehicle with amber lights in front and behind the truck. Yeah, I mean, I got mine on the wide load trailer, but they stood it upright, you know, on the binding. So it's a little damaged. But it's okay when I use like 50 small house jacks to lift it up and move it into my living room, you know, now there's like a nice crease there for me to kind of hook the edge into. Jesus Christ, Celtic. Thoughts on BMW charging 18 a month for the use of heated seats? Genius. Y'all are fucking weird. Yeah, it's true. Did Jimmy IV drop today? I'd be surprised if IV30 moved up to even 110 today. No, guys, you're still thinking like consumers. You have to think like investors. First of all, people who own BMWs want warm asses. Now, it's not summer right now, but you better believe in the winter they're going to turn that shit on. And they don't care about $18 because they just bought an okay car for 50 grand. That's a greater than sign, but it's upside down. Well, it's rotated. Stop thinking like pores, all right? When Netflix is like, yeah, we're going after the people sharing their passwords, your thought should not be, oh fuck, I'm not gonna be able to watch Netflix anymore. It should be, I'm buying calls on Netflix. Right? Like that kind of thing. because you're assuming that the poorest, the ideals of the poorest of society are dictating the actions of the richest, and that's not how that works. There's no equality, right? There'll be a time and place to buy Netflix calls, and I will buy them. I don't mean puts. Wait till their earnings come in after they kicked off like 30% of their users that weren't paying, and those people went and fucking bought subscriptions so they could watch fucking Stranger Things. Whether you binge it in 1 month or not, you gave them fucking $9, right? Or $17 or $18. You and fucking 30 other million people across the globe. That's a lot of fucking money. Ding ding, the day is done. Like I said earlier, I think mostly today we moved with active fund pressure, but not equilaterally, right? So, you know, we went down with the market, and then we rose much more than the market, and then went down nominally with the market, right? And we're still seeing this effect of not only being on the positive side of the market maker hedge, but we're seeing, you know, a lot of internalization in these periods where the SPY would just be going down, right? Oh, this too. Even here, where the SPY had its hardest drop off, we're seeing them dump that internalization. GME volume locks up. You know, the SPY's tanking, active funds are selling. We know that that should have a realized effect on GameStop, except, you know, where the fuck is the volume? Well, it's because they're dumping out their internalization. So I wouldn't be surprised if today we see very little increase internalization or mostly just flat, right? And that'll come in a little bit after market close. I'm not super bullish on tomorrow. I think a lot of this pump is due to weeklies, and there's people sitting up here at 140 right now that are already out of the money, and they're hanging on for dear life. Poor people, but you know, we hit 20,000 subscribers. Seriously? Holy shit! Thank you guys so much. That's been a goal of mine to stop that from happening for a really long time now, but now that it has, cool. Huzzah. I was 19,000 of them. No, seriously, guys, it's been fucking awesome hanging out with you all every day, and will continue to be so. I appreciate it. I do. Don't forget, if you subscribe today, I don't like dogs or pineapple pizza, and I like you less because of them. Fiscal stupidity, thank you so much for gifting some Cornishad, man. I appreciate it. Guys, give a big shout out to Fiscal if he gifted you. All right, let's take a look at the longer term out here. You know, failing in line with these lower highs does not instill a lot of confidence into the end of this week. We have SLD and CPI. So SLD deposits begin tomorrow through Friday where they close. CPI data is going to be out first thing in the morning. So Cock Magic, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. Guys, shout out to Cock Magic for hooking you up. Thank you, man. So yeah, I think we're gonna see some more downside, maybe back towards, like, you see how our EMAs are consolidating really, really tight. I think we may move back into that range. So maybe a low of like 130. Depending on how hard the market moves down, obviously. If the market really tanks and they're able to dump off some of that internalization, we can move down a little faster. But I still think, the illiquidity is going to prop us up. So, 126.70s are really strong support, but it is below our EMA band. So it'd take a little bit of effort to get us lower than that. But 130 looks pretty solid for now as an expected move to the downside. As for the SPY, I don't know how much of today's price action is in anticipation of the CPI data tomorrow, but this shit looks bad, right? Barely hanging on to 385, and we've been talking about this for several days now. How this relief rally was really just that, right? And now that we're seeing the tail end of it kind of play out, we crossed up into that higher range, touching 390. And then we got that volumetric rejection to the downside over the weekend, with the fears coming into Shanghai of like the new COVID variants and possible lockdowns in China. We got the 10-year yields up on the Treasury. This is not looking good. And then CPI data could, be the final straw on the proverbial camel's back. So it's not looking good. And then SLD on top of that, expecting large funds to be, selling off assets in order to make their liquidity deposits so they continue to short the fuck out of the market, with plenty of margin on hand. So we'll see how it goes, but yeah, that's my expectations for tomorrow. Sasan, thank you for everything you do, Gurk. I hope you can take what they need from you and all the knowledge that you spit. I hope so too, man. This is just big boys taking off heads. Yep. All right, guys. Remember, weekly suck. I'll see y'all tomorrow. And thanks for the 20,000 subs. I appreciate it. Hit the like button. I'll see you later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Krian. Sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.